Oh, good morning, Jobylicious. I'm barely awake here, guys. I haven't had coffee yet. So, good morning, Frazzled. Frazzled, Mr. and Mrs. Fig and my angel are coming over for lunch today. So maybe they will say hello. He's leaving on his mission this evening, Mr. Fig, so he wants to come over and say goodbye. So they're going to bring us burritos. That'll be nice. I haven't seen her forever. Yeah, he goes tonight. Good morning, Two Skulls. Yeah, he's all nervous. But I'm sure that's to be expected. Oh, you guys, this morning at what time? 10 a.m. Arizona time, I think. Is Brooke's arraignment. So I'm going to try to find that somewhere. I'm dying to see his arrest affidavit. Good morning, Becky. How are you? Hope everybody's doing well this morning. You know what I think today is going to be mostly? I think it's just going to be those Ring camera montage stuff. I mean, that's kind of what I got out of it yesterday. This is probably going to be hard to hear. Good morning, Life with Mommy. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, just, you know what, just the little bit of the Ring camera that we heard yesterday had me so triggered. Yeah, we should put out a trigger warning this morning because I think this might get hard to listen to. I mean, the way that he went at that kid for stealing chocolate candy. Just was a lot. Makes you just want to go and punch that guy right in his penis-looking head. Good morning, Mrs. Good Trouble. A lot better than Bad Trouble, I think. Thank you, Joey. Yeah, it is kind of hard to hear, guys. I think, well, I don't know for sure what it's going to be, but I think it's going to be possibly difficult. Yeah, I got to get my cup of coffee here because wow. Oh, they were going to start on time today, right? Yeah. This judge, for whoever has not seen this judge, I do not. This has been hard. It is very. They do not have their shit together at all. They have a lot of technical difficulties, but from my understanding, the way they talked at the end of the day yesterday, they were just going to be. I don't know how they were going to present it, because without whatever witness would be up there they would just be playing these tapes. So they shouldn't have to be having a break and then calling lunch immediately and then having a break. And did you hear the son say yesterday that? Yes, I did. I was surprised. Well, actually, I wasn't surprised really. By that point, he sounds very intelligent. He speaks quite well. Yeah, I couldn't believe I heard that. Because it's almost like that's what he feels like he's supposed to say. Good morning, tough as nails. Oh, thank you, Life with Mommy. Yeah, but like we were talking about yesterday, what kid doesn't? He was pushing his little brother around on the car. You know what? Like I said yesterday, I put my grandkids in the office chair and run around the house with them. Or that people do things like that. I knocked my niece off my bike on purpose so she wouldn't have to hang out with me all day. I mean, it's kid stuff. You don't go get in a box because of it. It's insane. That's just nuts. And she kept trying to force him to say that, that he wasn't hungry. They're really trying hard. They wanted to assist her. Well, you didn't ever know if he was actually hungry or not. No, you're right. I don't. I do know that he didn't have access to food. Was he literally having hunger pains? I don't know. But then, not only that, even besides the food, just the lonely and isolation in there. That is. How come I can't hear anything? Oh, I have all the sound on over here. Right, and they kept saying, "Oh, well, you just had some pie and you had this, and we were just getting ready to get you a computer, and you had to go and steal candy." I'm like, "Oh my God. First of all, I can already tell you're lying. You weren't going to get him a computer. Quit acting like having pie and stuff is just the kids take candy." Right, life with my, that's all. It is totally normal. Are you kidding? This week, I've had some more of my grandkids because of the fall break. And the other day I was like, okay, who wants strawberry shortcake? Who wants root beer float? And they were like, no, that's okay. And I'm like, come on. I'm trying to force kids to eat things like that. Like, guess what? I have chocolate. Oh, Mama's the boss, do you? Good morning, by the way. How do I make that picture in here? Jerry made that for me. And thank you. I want my I like to have my camera on because I hate looking at this picture of me in here. I don't like it. But which
possibility, Judge. I do need to know from the state when they intend, not intend on arresting, but how long your videos are, because I can get some witnesses lined up for the defense case in chief. 2 of them are on Zoom, and frankly, having them later is easier because they're in Arizona.
Okay.
So, but I need to know from the state.
Well, she told me yesterday that she expected
really
to rest
frazzled.
By the end of the day. So if the end of the day means 5 and that leaves another hour of testimony, then you could do those 2 witnesses.
Yeah, Mama's the boss, I think so. It must be.
That's fine, but let me confirm with the jurors that they're available, because anytime I drop on them a change in the schedule, I always make sure that it's something they can accommodate. Okay. All right. So that's the plan then. All right.
I'm going to start with publishing some evidence this morning. So if we could just have the TV moved and then.
You need it moved up. Okay. All right, Mark, can you take care of that? And then when you're ready, you can bring the jurors out.
You have ruined the schedule, so I don't know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that is wild, frazzled. Good observation, actually. Very good. Yeah, I gotta get rid of this damn picture of me up here. I hate it.
All right, for any folks that are on Zoom for the court's morning docket, the morning docket has concluded. So if you were here for an 8:30 hearing, your matter has now been concluded. So you can go ahead and sign off. If you're here for the trial in State versus Ferriter, you can remain logged in. But otherwise, if you're here for the morning hearings, you can go ahead and sign off.
Agreed, Life with Mommy. Very much. Let's not start having issues here. I'm going to turn off everything else in the house. Oh, are we going to be able to see? Wow, we have not been able to see.
All right, so all sides ready to proceed? All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out and we can get started.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say they're going to change that because from that angle, we could actually see the jury. I really can't stand to look at that guy. His head does look like a pineapple.
All rise.
And a penis. Hey, good morning, Legs.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back this morning. I hope everyone had a good evening, rest, and had the opportunity to rest and relax. I want to bring, I told you at the beginning, if we had any issues with the scheduling, I would let you know at the earliest opportunity once I became aware of it. And unfortunately, I need to let you know that we are not running on schedule as we had planned. We are running a little bit behind. So I'm going to do a couple things to try to get us back on schedule. The plan today would be to go to 6 o'clock, but I won't do that on the day that you get here without making sure that all of you can stay to 6 today. And secondly, I would start tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 10 and go to 6 tomorrow. The idea being that that would create at least a reasonable possibility we would be done with the completion of the submission of the evidence. Unfortunately, that means that we probably will not get to closing arguments tomorrow, that we would not get to closing arguments at the earliest until Tuesday. I don't know if Monday is a holiday for all of you, but it's a holiday for the court, so we would not start back on Monday. We would start back on Tuesday. So the first question I have for you, is there anybody that has a logistical issue that you could not stay to 6 today? If you do, then we won't stay to 6. We'll end at 5 like we have planned. And I see someone, you have a problem staying to 6? All right, so I told you at the beginning, you people are the most important people in this courtroom, and I meant that. So if you've got a problem, I'm not going to inconvenience you at this point. We'll finish at the normal time that you expected at 5 today.
You know,
How
those
about
other
having
jurors are like,
time to prepare for tomorrow?
this one's
Any
fast.
issue being here at 8:30 and going to 6 tomorrow to try to squeeze out as much time as we can? All right. So that's that. I'm the bearer of the bad news for that. So let me tell you the other thing. That in terms of the closings, and there may be some submission of evidence, you need to plan for next week of being required to be here. I would say at least Tuesday and maybe Wednesday or Thursday, because I don't know how long deliberations are going to take. But what I do know is that under the current plan, the expectation would be
Morning,
that you would
Julie.
get the case sometime on Tuesday. And then you would start deliberations, and we never know how long deliberations are going to take. And the only thing I need to work out is whether I would be available on Wednesday or we would go Tuesday, Thursday of next week. And I won't know the answer to that until tomorrow. I'll let you know. So, but at a minimum, you need to kind of plan that you could be on call for me Tuesday, Wednesday, and
Shut up and
Thursday
get the
of
ball
next week.
rolling.
And
That would help.
this is one of those unfortunate times where you fall into that 10% that run over the original estimate, but it happens. And I apologize that it's happened, but it's something that we have to deal with. And as I told you at the very beginning, once we start, we have to finish. So I do ask in advance for your understanding, and certainly don't hold it against anybody, one side or the other, because we are going over. You can hold it against me. I'm fine. I'm a big boy. You can hold it against me, but certainly don't hold it against
Oh
either
my
the state
God.
or the defendant in this case. Okay. All right, everybody understand that? So we'll go to 5 today, like the original schedule, and tomorrow
Who's showing
we'll
off for
start at
the camera?
8:30 and then go to 6, and you'll get your normal
Right.
morning breaks. Okay.
Good morning,
right.
Miranda.
I know I'm not seeing any smile. Well, I am seeing one smile, so I appreciate that. Okay, so with that, is the
Stop
state
it.
ready to continue? Anything else you want me to? Yeah. All right, so it was brought to my attention. I'm aware that one of our jurors has the flight leaving. When is the flight? Tuesday evening, so you'd be out Tuesday. So we will speak with you and address that. I mean, we knew it was a risk. And we didn't anticipate that it was a risk that was going to cause much of an issue, but we will address your situation at the appropriate time. And I'm not going to force you to change your plans. I can tell you that. It may alter how I handle coming back, but we'll deal with that. So don't fret or worry about that situation, okay? Unless you can tell me that your plans could be changed, and if you tell me that and it's not a big deal, then I would consider, but I'm not putting pressure on you to do that. Okay, so why don't you check on that and you'll let me know, and then at the appropriate time, we'll figure out what to do with your situation, okay? All right. Thank you for raising that with me, Ms. Coakley, because I was aware that that was one issue we were going to have to deal with.
Columbus
All right,
Day.
so at this point, all sides ready to continue with the trial this morning?
Yeah, if he doesn't shut up, we're
Ms.
going
Murad, Mr. Wahid?
to go into a whole nother month. Good morning, past.
All right, who's going to, Exhibit 17, this is a document that's already in evidence, and you're very familiar now with the publishing process. It's the process by which they display to you the items that have been put in the evidence. So any objection to that? All right, that'll be fine, Mr. Wade. And just to clarify, Mr. Wade, these are exhibits 4 and 7 that were entered during the cross-examination of FF. Yeah. And while they're doing that, Ms. Coakley, just for purposes of the court managing the mid-morning break, how long are the publishing, if there's any one that's going to go 30 minutes, an hour, just give me some estimate so I can manage the breaks. Okay, so when I typically don't like to go more than an hour, hour and a half. So if it gets up to one of those stopping points, let me know and we'll take a break at the appropriate time.
An hour? What? You've already wasted half an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Wahid.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, every video that we begin, I will be reading off the date for that video so it can be identified.
So that the record's clear.
Yes.
All right, I'll look to you to attend to that.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right.
So right now, the state will be publishing State's Exhibit 17, specifically January 6, 2022.
And, okay, so jurors able to, the TV's close enough, you're able to see everything fine? All right. You may proceed.
Good morning. Head to the bathroom. Can you come back?
to close. Let's go. Ready? You ready? Can you replay? Will you turn up your air during the day? We don't? Okay. Do you want to throw your blanket on there and make your bed nice? Are those dirty clothes? So put whatever you need to put in here. Put your dirty ones and dirty ones. Yeah. So this needs to be right here. Got it? Yep. Okay. Back a little bit.
I bet legs. And a trip. I was just gonna say, and a trip to Chicago. Yep. Oh my God.
Suppose you're doing homework on here, huh? The whole time, the last couple hours? Suppose homework, right? Any games? Are you blocking it so you can't try to be like on the camera? Are you doing that?
strategically. No. Let's go. When you lie, you can there? No. Let's go. Come back to liar. Go, that stuff's out of here. Give me that.
Cam, put that on pause, please.
Oh, here we go. I think they've spent an entire day up at the bench. I think this judge is auditioning to play Brian Dennehy. Me too, Legs. He's really on my last nerve. I'm trying to create, I was going to make everything, I was going to make that s'mores dip again, but I'm starting to think that I need to create something with like just a graham cracker crust and add some peanut butter in there. Just could eat like a slice of it. Because honestly, I ate that as a dip. When it got cold, I just broke off big hunks of it and ate it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. And that was really, really good. Yeah. Just saying.
All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Yes, Life with Mommy. She has a separate trial. She best be watching this and just plead guilty. No, I don't know who the hell's impressed with their behavior.
Now publishing January 7th, 2022.
He is a tool. He's a penis head, pineapple head. Something that we've talked about too this week, Life with Mommy. Those parents look alike. They do. They look like siblings, I think. And they both look like they have a rod up their ass.
Morning. Okay, why don't we get your clothes, get your food, get it going. Okay? Grab your clothes. What is dirty?
Yeah.
Eat, order, make a bed.
Exactly right, Legs. Yeah, tell them to mind their own damn business. Call the police. Do what you got to do. Get out of my fucking car. That's what I would say. I don't like people telling me what to do.
Where's your food? Give me your food. Roll that like the other ones.
check?
Yes, you get some.
Say hi, Ryan. No, let's go. We're gonna go get. He's gonna eat.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go. Go. Go, 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 go. Let's go. Let's go. So that's the way to bring your dishes to the bathroom. Change the extra garbage down the room. We can get them.
Yes. Good night.
Wear your shoes. Your dirty socks. Your shoes out there. Let's just start making a bed over there, okay?
Okay.
Now publishing January 8th, 2022.
Attorney? We'll plug that in for you.
Get ready for you. Father's coming right now. Here they come. Here they come. Congratulations, Nola. Good job, Nola. What are you doing? Why? You want to eat dinner? Yeah. Okay. We'll eat dinner. What's wrong with you? Okay. Thank you, Mama, for bringing me dinner. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, that'll be great.
Wow.
6:30? You walk out back. Yeah. Back and forth. Yeah. Quiet.
Now publishing January 9th, 2022.
Good morning. Here's your food, and you grab some clothes for sure, and make your bed. And just a minute, I'm going to the bathroom right now. So let's take the food. Anything else? Okay, here, you can start eating, and then a couple minutes again, I'll open it.
Morning, Raising Grandma. I agree.
Dirty stuff. My cars, you're gonna have no cars for that time. Come on, there.
But no, I'm not having.
Come on.
I'm the man in the.
No, come on, maybe later.
Hey, here's let's go. Go. We're gonna do back time. I'm gonna get your cars from your room.
Okay, man, we gotta go.
No, Alan.
No.
No, Alan.
Here, let's go. Hurry. Oh, no, you have no cars. You have no cars. Oh, no. Let's go. Let's go. Here goes Mary. Here goes Fiona. We're gonna have no cars then.
When I have more.
No, we're gonna have cars. Lights are gonna be turned off in a second. Wait, let's go. Right here. Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Go get your cars.
You're gonna sit here. I wanna see the screen from the camera. Don't block it, don't try to be tricky. You need a chair?
Yes.
Did I give you that book?
Yeah.
Good? Information about the world. Put that on your desk. Corner there. Okay.
Holocaust.
You have to make something?
No, I have to just.
You have to watch it?
No, I have to like move the thing. No.
Good morning, Mohawk Mom. And that's a good question, huh? She's got a penis head just like her husband.
What are we doing on the trouble? So what? What's the goal and how? What's all this stuff? Huh? So what were you just saying? Huh? Step aside. Are you doing anything you shouldn't have done? No. Playing any games? No. Sure. Yeah, sit there. Who put the air on? Mama did. Sit right here. Sure? Yeah. Tell me how. What were you doing? I was walking back in. So you've not done it within the whole time? No. I closed Chrome and it kicked me out. Why did you close Chrome? Because I'm closing out stuff. What stuff? All the things I clicked about. You can waste my time. But I have to search stuff. I'll find it. School will find it, or I'll actually spend time to find it. But I don't want to waste my time searching what you've already been doing. If you're doing anything you shouldn't have done. No. Holocaust and stuff. Huh? Holocaust, man. What were you doing on it tonight? Personally, that's what I think. You're supposed to do that? Well, it's allowed. Everyone that can have it. I think it's allowed. It's allowed. Like, it's not restricted. Okay. Who's gonna start the way? Yes, it's easy.
by accident. You're very deliberate when you do it. So what I can do is bring this to your IT people tomorrow at school, because it says suspicious activity reporting app. I'll let them know that something's happening there with this. Should I do that?
You know, that I press, you go to the new tab, I press SPBC bookmarks at the top, and it led me there. And then I realized the wrong thing, so I clicked on the other one, the portal.
Not an active routes or tip report appropriate. Here's this one.
There.
He said he was done with his homework, but he was still on his computer because it's something to do.
What were you searching?
This customization thing.
What?
Customization thing.
You're supposed to be doing that on your Chromebook?
Restricted, does that mean you should take $10?
You know.
Right.
So you finished all your homework?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, take the Chromebook then. Take it. searching customization?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you go to the bathroom real quick? I'll walk with it.
Did you get, hey Tim, did you, I did an email over? Did school email over?
Anything else for him? Did you turn the air on for him?
I did, yes.
Okay.
There, I'll give him a minute. Here you go. Shaking any better? A little bit? You can't tell.
I'll see tonight, but I don't think I'm sleeping that much better.
Right?
Yeah.
Good. That's a lesson, right?
Yeah.
All right, good night.
You turned the light on? Okay, back out.
Now publishing January 10th, 2022.
Dirty? Let's go. make your bed.
Ms. Black, are we at a stopping off point for a 10-minute break? Let's pause it. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute break now. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 after. We've been going about an hour. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up 11:30. All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess until 11:30.
Legs, hold on a second. What do you mean? Sorry to go funny. My. Wow. Yeah, that's what's going on with the judge for sure. He's definitely got some kind of prostate issue or some shit. You know what I was going to say? So besides the isolation, the fact that, what can happen to somebody that never, ever hears a kind word? Like, it's not abuse, I guess, to not be nice ever. But this is... Oh my God. Phone call girl, seriously. Yeah, I don't like that girl one bit. Legs, she needs to get lost big time. I told you that for, a year now, I think. But, I'm thinking that, yeah, they had little interaction, but what they did have was not kind. Even if it wasn't mean, it was never nice that I'm hearing. And, I know for sure when my kids were little that there were those days that you go and wake them up and you're like, we're in a hurry, we're running late today, let's get going, But there's definitely days where to wake them up, I went and got in bed with them and snuggled them. Like that. Okay, that was perfect timing, right? The dogs go nutso. Good morning, DC. I just got out. Oh, well, thanks for stopping in, DC. Always good to see you. Yeah, I just feel so bad. Like he never got any love. I mean, none. And you know, I still will snuggle up to my kids. You know, that just hardens a person. Yes, we do miss you, DC. You're a busy mama. We know that. So we understand, but we do miss you. Line dancing off YouTube. Wow, I've never.
Hi, Jack.
Yeah, Jack got here, and so the dogs went crazy. Okay. Well, that's okay. You're allowed to do that too, DC. I do that all the time. It's hard for me to chat. I don't just sit down and chat too much. Unless I'm here live. I like to listen while I do my housework. And Jack's mommy just brought me some apple pie. I'm still going to make Don't say hi to Jack on an airplane. Don't do it. Yeah, so I found a recipe for peanut butter s'mores bars. Yep, that's going to happen. Doesn't it sound amazing? Sounds pretty good to me. Have you been listening to this, sister? I don't see Natalie this morning. Wonder if her daughter got some goldfish or not. Talks a text, just that. That's funny. Life with mommy. Yeah, he speaks very well. He sounds really smart.
You may be seated. All right, before we get started, let me just make an announcement. I've been advised that there have been some instances of people taking photos with their cell phones or electronics in the courtroom. That is expressly and specifically prohibited unless you are a member of the press. It's been pre-authorized to either video. These proceedings are to take still photography through our publicity coordinator. Anybody else is not authorized to be using their electronics in the courtroom unless you are an attorney or involved in either the state's legal team or the defense's legal team. Anybody else should turn your electronics off at this point because I can't have anybody violating the rules and taking photographs or audio recordings of these proceedings when they've already been expressly advised prior to this that they shouldn't be doing that. So that's the court's ruling. Unless you, again, are a member of the either state or the defense legal team or an attorney or a member of the press that's already been pre-authorized to take video or still photographs. Everyone else should have your electronics turned off at this point. Ms. Black, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I did want to address one issue when we were at sidebar about the timing on the videos. It came to my attention that the timing is in the UTC time. So in the later hours, when it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, it converts because it's 5 hours ahead.
So it's still correct.
Yes.
So you'll deal with that in closing arguments and explain it if that's something that needs to be explained. But you concur with that explanation, Mr. Wahid? You don't. Okay, all right. So if that's something that either side wants to address in closing arguments, you can do it. It doesn't sound to me like it's a problem with the evidence per se, and it's not even a problem that it's not representing what it purports to represent. It sounds like to me now you just have to explain to them that it's the UTC time. All right, so all sides ready to continue.
It shows UTC and Eastern time. It shows both on the screen.
All right, and for those individuals that just walked in prior to my last announcement, you're supposed to, I made an announcement that unless you're an attorney, member of the press, or a member of either the state or the defense's legal team, all electronics are to be turned off at this point because I've been advised of instances of people taking photographs with their phones. And so because of that, I'm going to now have to invoke the rule that nobody have their electronics on except for the people that I've authorized. All right, so with that, everybody ready for the jury to be brought back out? All right, Mark, you may bring them out. All rise. Jury entering. All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Black, you may proceed with the continued publishing.
And just for the record, the state is still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 10th, 2022.
And Ms. Black, just let them know about the UTC time. I think now's an appropriate time to let them know so they can process it contemporaneous to seeing it.
So before every snapshot, there is what's the UTC time, which is 5 hours ahead of what the Eastern time is. So on the bottom, you will see the Eastern time. And then on top, you may see that it may be ahead a day, but that's just because of the timing. This is the time zone. This is still the same day.
Okay, all right, you may continue then.
socks, get your clothes. Let's go through there.
Yeah.
Your shoes, where your shoes at?
Over there.
You're doing work in here, so you can't go in there, just grab your stuff, go out the car. Where are your shoes?
They're over by the shop.
Okay, I'll go get them, get you in there. This is dirty. Okay, go from the garage. Back in my car. I'll come with you. I'm gonna just get Mary and I'll be right there. Okay. Let me get Mary, okay?
Let's go.
Can you put that on pause, Ms. Black? Let me have counsel approach, please. All right, you may continue with the publishing.
You want to take this thing to the next level? Let's do it. Let's do it in 4 or 2. Let's do it in 4 or 2. Let's go.
Your pajamas. Here's this for the intro. Go to your pajamas. Do you hear me? What are you doing? Why can't you talk? You're still using those wipes for your face? I don't know where they are. Good night.
This time that concludes January 10th. This time the state would pause on this and let us call witness.
Okay.
This time we will call Dr. Wayne Meyer.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Wade Cooper Myers, MD.
What's your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I am also a child psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm a professor of psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're a medical doctor.
Yes.
Take us a little bit through your educational background.
It's exactly right, Imwit. Can you imagine?
College at Stetson University.
The isolation had to have been
I got a degree in biology. Then I went to medical
horrible.
school at Temple University in Philadelphia, where I got my MD degree. Then I went to University of Florida. Well, actually, before that, I did 1 year of general surgery at University of South Florida in Tampa, and then I switched over to psychiatry training, and I went to University of Florida in Gainesville, where I did a general psychiatry residency to become a psychiatrist, and then I did extra training in child and adolescent psychiatry, which was a 2-year fellowship there as well. And also I did a 1-year training program in forensic psychiatry, also at University of Florida.
What's the difference between general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry? Like, what is forensic psychiatry?
General psychiatry is more involved in the diagnosis and treatment of mental disorders. Forensic psychiatry is helping out the legal system in any way in which mental illness and the law may come together. So it could be criminal matters like the insanity defense. It could be child custody cases. It could be malpractice cases where you would opine on someone's medical care or psychiatric care of a patient. It's a broad array of things in forensic psychiatry.
Sir, can you pull the mic up a little closer to you, please?
Yes.
After you finish your fellowship at the University of Florida, and did you are you licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
And what about Rhode Island?
Yes, I'm also licensed in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're currently a professor at Brown University. What did you do in between that fellowship at the University of Florida and then going to Brown?
I was on the faculty at University of Florida for, I'm going to say about 15 years, 10 or 15 years, where I became a associate professor. Then I went to the University of South Florida, and I helped. I went there really to start a forensic psychiatry fellowship program, which we did. I was there at the University of South Florida for about 5 years. I was a professor there, and then for the last 14 years, I've been at Brown University, also where I was recruited to go up and to build a forensic psychiatry program.
Do you treat patients?
I do, yes.
And you said that one of your areas is child psychiatry. So are predominantly your patients children?
Yes, most of my patients are children. I also treat adults with a variety of mental conditions.
Now, as a professor, are you involved in teaching in the areas that we talk about?
I am, yes.
Tell us what you, broadly, what that means you do as far as the teaching responsibilities.
I give some lectures to students more in a lecture format, but a lot of my teaching is clinical instruction. And for instance, we have forensic psychiatry fellows who come and work with our faculty for a year in a training program. They become trained in forensic psychiatry. So they'll do cases with us, different types of cases. And then also we give them seminars every week, as well as they'll go to a law school class for a semester one afternoon a week. We participate in that as well with them.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you do any academic research or publish in areas of child psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have regularly been involved in research during my career.
And peer-reviewed scientific publications, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work, do you also sometimes get involved to give an expert opinion in legal cases?
I do, yes.
Does that include in criminal cases?
It does.
Have you testified here in Palm Beach County before on criminal cases?
Yes, I have. I believe on at least several occasions.
And is that true in other places around the country as well?
Yes.
And so you have offered your expert opinion on topics involving psychiatry in places around the country. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
Now, did I reach out to you in this case to see if you could assist us in providing an expert opinion?
Yes, you did.
And did you agree to be involved and to review some of the items in this case?
Yes.
As part of that, did you review the witness statements that were given by the Ronan Ferriter and his sister, Fiona Ferriter?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to review their depositions?
Yes.
What about police reports? Did you have the opportunity to review some of the police reports and forensic evaluations done of the children in this case?
I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review some of the videos that were captured from the Ring camera in this case?
I did, yes. I believe I reviewed in the neighborhood of 40 videos.
Now, did you also review some school records related to the child in this case, as well as some prior treatment records by other providers?
Yes, I did.
Now, I wanted to, based on your review of all of the documentation in this case, of the documentation that you reviewed in this case, were you able to reach a professional opinion as to whether or not the treatment that Ronan Ferriter received from his parents in this case was harmful?
Yes, I did. I felt it was severely harmful and very psychologically damaging to Ronan.
And why is that?
It was a long-standing pattern of harsh, cruel, and demeaning actions toward this child, as well as close to 3 years of essentially solitary confinement when he was not in school, as well as really sadistic punishments while he was locked away in the room. For instance, withholding meals if he misbehaved, taking his one book away as punishment, which is the one thing he had to do in the room towards the end, turning the lights out to punishment as punishment. And in fact, he talked about being afraid of the dark. And when the lights would go off when he was being punished, he would pull the sheet over his head and really feel terror.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment of a child by the parents is malicious?
It's malicious. It's cruel. There's really
Overall,
You can go ahead. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment is malicious?
yes. My opinion is it's malicious. It's cruel. I can't think of any other way to describe it more accurately.
Now, even in cases where this punishment may be in response to maybe a negative or unwanted behavior of a child, is that change at all your opinion? If the child did something wrong and then the parent, this is how they are punishing them, does that change your opinion on whether or not this type of action by the defendants is malicious and cruel?
No, there's no set of circumstances concerning a child's behavior that would justify this sort of really torturous behavior.
Would this type of behavior as punishment or as a punitive measure, or would it result in a positive behavior modification by the child?
No, if I was asked that in a theoretical way, I would predict this sort of behavior to cause the child's reactions, the behavior, their psychological state to deteriorate even further.
And what kind of behaviors might you see as a result of that, hypothetically, in a child who is subjected to this type of behavior, this type of treatment?
It could go in a whole lot of directions that we see in children who are abused, children psychologically, emotionally abused, neglected, but it can go from depression to anxiety to self-injury, where they maybe even start cutting themselves, to trying to commit suicide, to aggression, to head banging, to problems with peers, problems with concentration, nightmares, sleep disturbances. The list is very long in abused children, how different children will manifest the signs of abuse.
Could it result in an increase of the type of behavior that is that the parent considers bad or inappropriate?
Yes, it can cause the child to have a more irritable mood. They can become aggressive with their peers. They can become aggressive with family members. Yes, they may often will try to run away.
Now, is there any justification or possibility of a positive result from this type of punishment of a child, this type of treatment?
No,
Now, what can you tell us about the type of psychological impact this type of treatment can have?
Again, it's a long list, but do you want me to kind of focus
Yeah,
more
broadly.
on Ronan, or?
I want you to say broadly first, and then we'll talk more specifically.
So it can have, in general, it can cause more internalizing symptoms where the child will become depressed or withdrawn or isolating of themselves from others, or it can go the other way, externalizing, where they might start acting out, running away, being aggressive. It can affect their schoolwork, where they can't concentrate, their grades start going down. It can cause a lot of problems with them being able to interact positively and in a good way socially with their peers. They may have problems on the playground. They may have problems with even just following the general rules of the school, whatever that might be.
Now, concentrating on kind of some of the the videos that you were able to see of his reactions in the room. Anything about that you think was indicative of a psychological impact on the victim while he's in the room?
Yes, it's consistent with a child who has post-traumatic stress disorder. There was when the parent, his father, would come in the room and approach him, he would stiffen up, he would lower his head, you could barely hear his speech when he did talk, and he seemed to be in a very high state of fear. But that tenseness, as though the adrenaline's flowing, and he's afraid of another abusive episode occurring, or being harmed, or he said he was even afraid of being killed.
Now, do this type of treatment of a child, can it stunt their intellectual growth?
Yes, it can.
Can it stunt their psychological growth?
It can, yes.
Is there a reasonable likelihood when a person engages in this type of behavior towards a child that there is going to be psychological injury or mental injury as a result?
You said, is there
a likelihood?
Yes, there is a substantial likelihood.
Now, in this case, did you see, based on the evidence that you were able to review, is there a pattern of isolation of the child?
Yes, it's he for nearly 3 years was isolated in the cell for the better part of each day. As far as hours, it sounds like when he wasn't at school, let's say he's at school for 8 hours, he's then in the box for 14, 16 hours a day.
Now,
on a daily basis. So a very much established pattern.
Did you, and I think you say isolation, is it fair to say that there was also a pattern of confinement here of the child?
Yes, they're essentially one and the same in this case, it would seem.
Were you able to observe a pattern of a deprivation of the child?
Yes, there was emotional deprivation, there was physical deprivation, there was intellectual or cognitive deprivation, where he wasn't really provided much in the way of anything to stimulate his mind or to entertain himself. I mean,
is isolation, confinement, and deprivation considered an acceptable way to punish a child?
No, it's not. It would be counter-therapeutic to disciplining a child. But we're not talking about a 5-year-old who might have a temper tantrum and you want to give them a timeout for 5 minutes in their room. I mean, that's something. Timeouts are an accepted form of discipline.
So does it make a difference, in your opinion, the duration of the isolation, confinement, and duration and deprivation?
Oh, it's a huge difference. Sure, if it's a short duration for younger children, it can be appropriate. But again, I'm talking in terms of minutes, not hours. But in terms of doing it every day, day after day, for most of the day, there's just no comparison to say a short timeout with a younger child.
And even just looking at the time frame that happened in Florida, those 5 to 6 weeks, that amount of time frame, is that harmful?
Yes, undoubtedly it would be for about any child, I'm sure.
Now, would you consider, or would it be correct to characterize what the treatment that he was subjected to as solitary confinement?
Yes.
Is solitary confinement within the psychological and psychiatric and medical community, is that something that is considered appropriate for a child?
No, and in fact, years ago, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which I'm a member of, came out with a statement strongly arguing against children, even in juvenile detention centers, having solitary confinement because it's detrimental psychological impacts.
Is it considered damaging to brain development of a child?
It is, yes. That's another aspect of it, is that it can cause literally changes to one's brain structure.
Now, even within the setting of a criminal justice system where it might be part of a child subjected to that in the criminal justice system, is it acceptable for them to be in long-term solitary confinement?
No, it is not.
Even in those circumstances of a criminal justice system, is a child, when confined to a cell, given access to water and facilities to relieve themselves?
Well, yes, it would be very different. There's a bed in the room. There's a toilet. There's a sink where they always have access to water, so they wouldn't be subject to a dehydration. For instance, there's officers where they can always call out to somebody if they need something. There's lighting. It would never be pitch black in a juvenile detention center. So they would not be subjected to that sort of sensory deprivation of being in a totally dark room for hours at a time. And they're served meals. There wouldn't be any holding back of meals as some sort of punishment for a child into the detention center.
Now, discussing the isolation specifically, is there a detrimental impact to a child to be socially and physically isolated the way that Ronan Ferriter was from the rest of the family?
I'm sorry.
Is there a negative impact associated with the social and physical isolation?
Well, that's part of the trauma of this, is that he's kept from having a normal family environment where he comes out and is socializing with his peers and spending time with his parents and doing things together and having fun and just having a normal family experience. He's segregated as soon as he gets home, and the children all know he's in the box, but it's giving him the message that you're not valued, you're unloved, you're not important, you're not part of this family, you're being rejected.
Is it sending a message that he fundamentally is bad?
Yes, and that you're right, and that you're bad. You're not able to be part of this family because you're bad.
Now, during the course of reviewing the evidence in this case, did you become aware of whether or not his confinement in the structure in the garage was absolute? Was it at all times?
With infrequent exceptions, yes. I mean, he did occasionally have some after-school activities, as I understand, more so I think in Arizona than when he got to Florida, where he might be allowed to run track or do some track at school.
And he went to school?
Yes.
You saw that. And did you find that there were some also infrequent examples of when he was allowed to interact with the family?
Yes, he went to, for instance, siblings softball practices. They did go out to, I think they went out to dinner a few times.
Does the isolation and confinement and deprivation, does it have to be absolute, like at all times, in order for it to be harmful?
No, it doesn't. No.
In reaching your opinion that the conduct that this defendant engaged in towards his son was harmful and was malicious and cruel, did you take into consideration the fact that there were occasions where he wasn't in the room?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to
It's the
talk. Go ahead.
totality of it that he's literally for 3 years spending most of his life, the majority of it, in solitary confinement with very little stimulation and interaction when he is in there.
Now, I want to talk for a second about sensory deprivation, which I think you mentioned. What is sensory deprivation?
It's a lack of any kind of external stimuli, really, that is so important to adolescent development, like being able to go out and play with your peers or your friends after school, or ride a bike around the neighborhood, or throw a baseball, or come out and eat dinner with your family, or have some things to play with, like a computer or an iPad, or games or Legos, or something to do to occupy your mind.
Now, what kind of impact can that type of sensory deprivation have?
Well, in extreme cases, children can literally become psychotic and lose contact with reality, but it very predictably causes severe psychological problems, again, like depression, or repetitive behaviors like self-injury, or self-stimulation behaviors that somehow you start doing things to stimulate yourself because you need something to occupy your mind after a while when you're in a locked room with nothing to do hour after hour after hour.
Now, what about being in the dark? How does that impact someone? I mean, is that bad?
In general, it would be frightening for, I believe, any child to be locked in a room and have the lights totally turned out. But even more so when that happens and you know you're going to be in that room with little or no ability to contact anybody if something bad happens. I mean, you can't even come out and use the bathroom. You have to find your way to a bucket in a dark room I guess it's in the corner, and try to figure out how to go to the bathroom in the dark in a bucket. And then you're going to be with that bucket for the remainder of the night, depending on what time you use the bucket.
Is that type of forced sensory deprivation, being forced to sit in the dark and have no control over the lights, is that harmful?
Yes, it's a form of psychological trauma. It's really a form of torture to do that to a child.
Now, you mentioned the bucket. I want to talk a little bit about that. What kind of impact, or how can that be perceived by a child who is forced to use that as a way in which to relieve themselves?
It's mean, it's degrading, it's unsanitary, it's extremely unpleasant to have to be in the room and then locked in a room with your own excrement with no way to do anything about it.
Now, can being subject to that kind of humiliating and degrading lifestyle impact cause a psychological injury to a child?
Psychological what?
Injury.
Yes, it definitely can. It's psychological abuse is the simplest way to put it. And it's also really a form of medical neglect because of the unsanitary aspects of it.
Now, would you say, or do you have an opinion as to whether or not these specific factors are cruel, demeaning, and injurious? I think you already said that for the having to use the facilities in a bucket. What about giving little stimulation or limiting the stimulation of the child?
That's another form of psychological abuse when you limit an adolescent's abilities and access to intellectual or academic stimulation when they're at home.
What
So you're
about
really stunting their brain development and their intellectual development.
What about in situations, or what about when there is extreme control or lack of access to food, where their access to food or snacks is extremely limited or controlled by someone other than the child?
So adolescence is a time when you're supposed to be developing increasing independence and increasing ability to take care of yourselves, including food choices and learning to feed yourself and prepare foods. And this is the opposite of what we see with Ronan, who gets fed separate from the family, and he gets fed typically leftovers. He gets the same breakfast about every morning. It looks like a banana and a piece of bread with some peanut butter smeared on it. So it's really ongoing, another example of the psychological abuse.
Ms. Coakley, before you proceed, let me have counsel sidebar.
I'm so glad this guy's up here. I mean, I don't think you have to be a doctor to know this shit.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen.
Me too.
Lunchtime, 12:30. We're going to break for lunch for an hour. Be back outside the elevators at what time, Mark? 25 after? Is that sufficient for you? 25 after 1, and he'll bring you to the jury room, and we'll shoot for 1:30 sharp start time. Remember the same instruction I've given you every day. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't do any research or investigation or anything like that. Other than that, have a good lunch. Yeah.
We'll be back before you know it. Right, you boys are in great hands. That's right.
I'm going to look for that arraignment. There we go. There we go now.
Take her eyes off your children. Not for 1 second. Well, that's very reassuring. Can you see them? And now.
Okay. I'm hoping I can catch that arraignment. It's in 30 minutes. You did. Oh my God, you did. Wait, you totally did. Yep. Good morning, Yasmina.
Good as time as any for you to give me a little bit better flavor of the potential Richardson issue that I'm going to have to address.
Right, Legs, that's what I'm saying.
So you need some time to look at it and then give me a more coherent explanation as to what you think you want to do. All right. So I'll punt right now. I won't do anything, but I am going to want to address it at the earliest opportunity that you've had a chance to look at it. Ms. Murad, you look like you have something for me. Have anything for me? Okay, yeah, let Ms. Coakley take a moment to look at it. And all I really need to know for scheduling purposes is there's something I'm going to have to address and rule on. So as soon as you folks come to that determination, let me know, and then I'll do what I have to do as far as scheduling. All right, so we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Yeah, I'm not sure why all that is happening either, Mohawk Mom. I'm really not. I'm not sure what that's about. Why she's in there. But I'm hoping, hopefully what she should do is be taking notice that nobody agrees with this shit. And just because you feed a kid and let him have some kind of roof over their head and let him shit in a bucket does not mean that it's not abuse. And it's really disgusting, actually. It's so disgusting. That's what I'm saying. I mean, how many times, I know there were those times when I'm like, hurry up, get in the shower. We got to rush today. We're running late or whatever. A lot of mornings you're doing that, trying to get kids ready for school and all that. But I will be damned if Saturday morning I didn't go crawl in bed with them and talk. And like you said, like my kids today still will go and lay in bed with me and talk to me and my grandkids. I mean, never a snuggle at all. When we have girls' weekends, I make my daughter sleep with me, and I'm like, get over here and snuggle me. She gets all annoyed with me, but I maul her. Damn near 40 years old. Right. Yeah, you definitely hear how much, and how proud you are of them. And think about it. At dinner time, you talk about your day, and I just don't get this. I'm pretty sure the man sitting beside the mom is her lawyer because he was looking over the state shoulder trying to sue. Oh, really? That blonde guy? He looks weird. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been running around doing things. Cleaning up apple pie that Jack threw on the floor that I just mopped last night. Little stinker. He's going in a box. That's it. Had it. No, and seriously, my first husband, we lived like gypsies. We moved a lot and always had some kind of ruckus, but we still had. Hey. Still sat down at dinner time and talked, and I would hate if they didn't even want to sit and talk to me at dinner. We would eat in the living room, and there was a certain show we all watched. We had our shows that we had to watch every week. Those would be nights we would eat, in the living room and stuff. I mean, come on. Right. It's so, oh my God. Just think about that. Can you imagine sitting in that room for hours in the dark, thinking about how everybody else is milling around the house? It's not even like they just had a shitty life. He did. Right? Yes, I know. It breaks my heart. I can't. Oh, wow. Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, so they get an idea of what's to come. And, maybe, hopefully they're going to see how people are seeing this. Because I would think he would be humiliated. That his coworkers, that everybody's going to see what a complete asswad he is. Needs to have his ass beat. That's one guy I would like to just fucking lay him out. Good morning, Jerry. Hi, Army vet. Yeah, it would not bother me one bit to lay a right hook into that guy's penis head. So gross. Yeah, right, Joey. Yep. Exactly right. That's same here. Same here. I can remember when my son was a teenager forever, he would always say, Mom, can you tell me about when I was little again? We would go through the same stories over and over. He'd just want me to tell him. He loved watching home videos from when he was little. He would watch them all the time. I mean, God, they're just not. And then they really want to seriously talk about You know, those few times he went out to dinner with the family. Really? Really? Remember that one time I took you out to dinner? Shut up. What do you mean? I don't know if he gets off on this stuff. Yeah, okay, I see what. No, I get it now. Yeah. Yeah, some people are pure evil. This is what I'm always saying, like with the way people act on here, so ugly. I don't even know anybody, people that I dislike the most of anyone on earth. I really don't want bad things to happen to people. I don't. I'm not comfortable with that happening. And I really can never be the one to do it. You know, I was very strict with my kids about things that would hurt them and stuff. But when there were times when I had to say no, I mean, I would totally start, you know, I would be like pleading their case. I remember my daughter saying, Mom, it's fine that you said no. Yeah, exactly, Mohawk Mom. That's what we were talking about the other day. Like Jerry was saying. Like you just wanted to show that you're some kind of do-gooder or something. Or like Jerry was saying, you know, with Madonna and Angelina Jolie, you know, like it's a hip thing to do, or, you know, and again, you know, nobody was talking about their parenting. I don't really know about it. I'm not trying to, but yeah, but it's like it's popular or something. I don't know. Yeah. It's just gross, you know? It is. You know, when my kids were little, I worked at I managed the kitchen at their school. And when kids didn't have money, you're supposed to give them this, you know, we would have to make up these snacks every day is what we call them. And it's a sandwich, a milk, and a fruit. And you're supposed to put it in a bread sack or something. And I couldn't even do it. I could not do it. I even bought like these bags that had like, you know, like puzzles on them and stuff. And I would even put more in there than what it said. And I still couldn't. If the kid gave me a sad look, or, you know, plus you're supposed to, by the time they get to you, they already have the food. So you're going to throw the food away instead of just letting them have it. And if just telling them that they needed money, when they need money, you're supposed to put a stamp on their hand. There were kids that did not want that stamp, and I wouldn't make them stamp. I wouldn't. And how are you going to withhold food? And there were kids that would bring their lunch, and I'm telling you, it was pathetic. And I would give them so much food. And the building manager would too. He would come in and tell me, and, you know, can you give me some stuff or whatever? There were kids that the building manager before would come in and hand me $50 and say, put this on this kid's account. I can't take this any longer. I mean, how do you not feed a child? God. Ugh. You're describing it. Yeah. And it's wild that people don't have it. Just their tone with them. Come on. How about, did you sleep well? What if you had a bad dream? What if, I mean, how many times a kid, you know, when you think there's something under the bed, you won't let any part of your body hang off the bed because something's under there. You know, all these things. How many times your kids come to your door in the middle of the night and you're like, Mom, I had a bad dream. Shit. This is too much. And so, you know what happens? You have people that what kind of adult do you think you're raising here? Because this can turn out really, really badly for even other people, because, you know, obviously bad for them. They never know how to, you know, they have to be socially, you know, very inept and but it can turn out where they are one of those that walks into a place with a pew, you know? I know, I can't either, but I can't. I just, right? No comforting whatsoever. That's exactly right, Yasmin. And see, this is the thing. How many times, every single time, whenever somebody's on trial for murder and stuff, we get to hear all about their horrible childhood. Well, that needs to stop then. It's still not an excuse to go and do the things that people do sometimes. But how about stop it? How about, you know what I used to say when kids did certain things? I was like, you know what? If that kid does that, I want the mom to go to jail. I want the mom to be in trouble. Yeah, exactly right, Frazzled. Yep. That's right. Mm-hmm. No, you have to. I think so too. But yeah, I used to have this friend that her son would take off at night whenever everybody was in bed. He would sneak out and be out running the streets. Or when he would go to school, he would take off from school. And I used to tell her, she's like, what am I supposed to do? And I said, I don't know. Something though. I always told my kids, you know what? If you think you're going to run the streets, we'll sleep in the same room. I'll padlock both of us in the same room. You will sleep with me. I'll go to school with you all day long. You're not running amok. And I told her, when your kid is out there vandalizing shit up to no good in the middle of the night, that's your responsibility. And other people are putting up with something that is your responsibility. And it's not okay. Yes, I was thinking about that too, like a prisoner of war type thing. Yeah. Here's your food. Yep. That's what it reminds me of too. No, I think the parents, whatever this kid did, the parents should be in trouble for. You sit your ass in this room all night long. One night, I wonder how that would feel. You know what? You go and do that yourself. You sit in that room, piss in that bucket, and maybe get your bread and maybe not. He ate the same thing. I can't even stand thinking that a kid would have to eat the same food every single day. It's just disgusting. It's absolute. I can't believe he sits there. He should be so damn humiliated. It's like he wants people to hear this. They think that kid deserved it. They do. That's their whole thing, that he's a bad kid. No, it's heartless and it's gross. They do. They need to be in, when they go to jail, I hope they go to solitary confinement. Where, like the doctor said, where they would actually even have a sink where they could get water. I know, right? Well, yeah, kids are going to do things, but you don't just say, I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm going to bed. Whatever he does, he does. No, hell no. Right, no toilet. Right, it's worse than what prisoners get. It's wow. And how much of this shit is going on? A whole lot of it. Do you guys remember that case where that kid died from drinking too much water? That wild. There's also a kid that died from having lice so bad. I mean, come on, people. Good morning, Sicilian sweetie. I'm wondering if he's the Vietnamese kid they adopt. I don't know if he's Vietnamese or I know he's from Asia because what did they say? Because they had adopted a daughter from Asia, I believe. And so they were wanting to, yeah, they adopted 2 kids. Yeah, right. Okay, that's right. I wasn't sure if it was from Vietnam or where. A Mohawk mom, right? Yep. Very true. Yep. Right? Yeah, go ahead and waterboard him. I mean, what the hell? I'm surprised they didn't. Who knows what more is going to come out on these tapes? I just hate it. It's like, get up. Is that clean? Just, my God. Exactly. He was chosen for this. Right. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm going to see if I can get that arraignment. I want to really bad. I'm going to try, guys. Oh, okay. Here, I think we might have it. It's here. Please. Let's see. Okay, I think I found. What's that? I just can't see how anyone. I don't care. Exactly. They didn't like that kid. They just straight didn't like him. You can tell. They're like that kid I was saying that died from drinking too much water. They didn't like that kid. That kid always had to sit on while everybody was eating dinner, that kid had to sit on the floor, and he was punished. Every time he got punished, they would make him just sit and drink gallons and gallons of water. I mean, what a weird freaking thing to even do. Yeah, me too, Mohawk Mom. I can imagine. I bet. I can see that. Okay. Okay, I found something. No, you know what they are? They are absolute, because they are, they don't stand up to men. They only go after people that they can intimidate. I guarantee you there was going to end up coming a time that child was going to end up beating that dad's ass, I'll bet. I wish he would have. Oh, what's wrong with my mouse? Mousy mouse.
Well, team, good job. This budget should give you into the school of your choice.
With the murder of his former girlfriend, Crystal Rogers. Houck was arrested last week. He is charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence in connection to the FBI's investigation into Crystal's disappearance. 1 hour from now, he'll appear in court for his first hearing. Our own Shay McAllister is there right now and shares the latest before the hearing begins.
Well, today is anticipated to be an incredibly busy day here at the Nelson County Courthouse. Brooks Houck will be arraigned on a murder charge in the death of Crystal Rogers. For so many in this community, this is a day they did not think they were going to see, and we are expecting a huge turnout from the community in the courtroom today. Not just the families, not just the Ballard family and the Houck family, but also community members who have become invested over the years. So here's what we expect to happen today. At this arraignment, Brooks Houck will have the charges read to him by a judge. He'll be asked if he understands the charges, and then he will take a plea in the case, either pleading guilty or not guilty. We're also expecting his attorneys to ask for a bond reduction. Right now, Brooks Houck is being held on $10 million cash, an incredibly high bond. His attorneys wrote a motion 14 pages long saying that it was excessive, it was punishment, and that they want it lowered to $500,000. They also want him to have a work release, meaning he can leave his house if he does post bail. That is something that we think will be heard in the courtroom today. Whether or not Brooks will be here, it's very likely he's not. It's very likely that he is in the Hardin County Detention Center, video conferencing in with the judge and the other attorneys here in the room. We are going to be in the courthouse here an hour from now. It starts at 1 o'clock. We'll also be posting live updates on our website so you know exactly what's going on. And then, of course, later today, 4, 5, and 6, right here on WHAS 11 News, I'll have live updates on exactly what happened. For now, in Nelson County, I'm Shay McAllister, WHAS 11 on your side.
So that happens in 5 minutes. I don't know if we can get it. Jack, that's kind of loud. No, you're right, but it was stupid on his part because, wow, that's loud. He definitely should have. He should have. But yeah, I mean, he wants everybody to see and hear what a complete dickhead he really is. He doesn't just look like a dickhead. He is a dickhead. Oh. Seriously. Right. Yeah, and that's what happened. With Brooks for sure, because all of the corruption around there. Yep. I'm so glad the FBI got in there. They were just gonna, and look at all the other people murdered around this too. That girl's dad. I mean, that just makes me sick to my stomach. Right, frazzled. No, he did. He thinks he's going to get away with it because he thinks they're convincing everybody that he deserved that. That's what they're doing. Nobody deserves that. Stop it. You know, I hate to say this, but like, I want to know what happened at Christmas. What happened on his birthday? Dare we know? Did he come out of the box for Santa Claus? Son of a bitch. Yep, right. Yep. Like, and it's all very sus. I want his brother and his mom to go to jail too. I love so much during the brothers when he's being interrogated and the cop calls him a liar and he's like, "You don't know that I'm lying." He's like, "No, I do know you're lying. I do. Yes, I do." Oh, where can I find this arraignment?
Dear Bossy, I don't usually write very much, but now I know that memos are very important.
Oh, here, I think.
Even though I never went to business school, I did learn to share in kindergarten.
Stop. Hey, Jack. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, they're running something. Her mom, poor woman, daughter and husband murdered. God. So sad. Oh, wait, let me see. Dang it. I just keep refreshing this, but well, as soon as we get something on it, I'll put it. What? Now what? Wanted woman on trial for felony fleeing doesn't return after trial break. Oh, wow. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my God. Yeah, remember like those little poppers that kids would push around? Oh my God, those drove me nuts. I want that arrest affidavit so bad. I can't wait to find out what actually got him arrested finally. Got him charged, rather, I guess. Get in trouble for that. Forget about the baby. "50 feet away." Oh my God. Oh wow. Well, that's crazy. Jack's new thing is Minions. He wore a Minion outfit for his birthday. I cannot lie, I love me some Despicable Me also. Jerry, I was telling Frazzled earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Fig are coming over for lunch today with my angel, so maybe Fig will bless us with her presence for a second. Mr. Fig leaves. Wow, it's loud over here. Get it all, Jack. Get it all. Yeah, Mr. Fig leaves this evening for his mission, so wants to come say goodbye to mom-in-law. Hello, Colin. Right legs. Oh my God. He's a loud one for sure. He grabs everything. When you're holding him, walking, he's grabbing everything in the hall, everything on the wall, everywhere. I know, right, Frazzled? Me too. Me too. I miss her a lot. It's funny doing a trial again. Really miss her during this time because she was very much involved with the last one. Yep. Well. Yeah, it'll be really good to see her. I haven't even seen her, I think, since Jack's birthday. Yeah. It's been almost a month since I've seen her. She is having a Halloween party, Frazzled, this year again. Oh my God, Mama's the boss. Don't you love that part? I always do a little dance when I do that one and pull out my pew-pews. Bang, bang. You got him an iron. I know, me too. Mama's a boss. I love that part right there too. Return of the Gurus. I love that one. Probably gonna get a violation for that. Jared, did you see I changed my picture, but I don't know how to change it in StreamYard. I hate this damn picture. It's right here. Makes me sick. Sleeping bag and back. Really? I didn't. You really got him an iron? I guess Lisa brought him over a kitchen set and a bunch of stuff. See, I tried to do it before and I couldn't. I didn't know how, but I got to figure out over here how to do it. I absolutely hate this stuff, this picture. It makes me want to turn the camera on. To change it in here, in StreamYard. Well, he took all the pans out from underneath the in that drawer on the stove, and then he dumped his toy box, or not his toy box, but he has a little Red Ryder wagon that I put all of his stuff in, and then he dumps that over. That's what him like to do. Really, Mama? Are you guys doing the Minions too now? Oh my God, that's so funny. That is too funny. What? I sent you the confirmation, right? I mean, oh my God. And Frazzled said she got it to work. Frazzled Legs couldn't get her gift card to work. What? What the hell? She couldn't get, Legs still couldn't get that gift card to work. And I went through my email and found the confirmation. What the hell? I think Frazzled said yesterday she used hers. Dang it. No, she was very irritated with me, so I just hushed. Oh, God, I'm sorry, Legs. Damn it. Has to be exact, and it took me 3 different times before it went through. Really? Oh my God. Well, I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, really? So what am I going to do? Maybe I'll talk to Fig about it today. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for everybody that had issues. I wasn't trying to have that. Okay, so I think we believe that Sherry Rogers got custody of the child, right? At least temporary. Oh, really? Huh. Right. No, I know, Jerry. I know that. Yeah, it should be, huh? La 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 la. Duck is singing. That's cute. Okay, nothing new on that yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's I think it's easy to veer out of there somehow or something. I don't know. That one time I went through the whole store and just thought that you guys were all you guys could see everything I was doing, and you couldn't. Jerry could have told me what I was doing wrong, but I didn't show what I was doing. I apologize for that one, of course. Yeah, that's what I think too, Jerry. I hope I haven't. I don't like that. Yeah, that's what I think, Jovi, that I think I might have too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I haven't set it up yet because I don't really know what I'm doing that much. Huh. It's really hard for me to even understand what we're talking about. Well, I get that, Jerry, but I mean, I do like to show support. Okay, yeah. May have to be over the phone because I do not know what the hell's going on. Yeah, they are on lunch. Oh, nice. Right, DC? I'm telling you. I begged those girls to have a strawberry shortcake and root beer float. They didn't want any part of it. Like, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Jack loved the root beer float for sure. He was like giggling. I begged it. Oh, that's awesome, Joey, right? Right, and you've done very well. I love it. Oh, okay. Let me check and see on Brooks real quick. Refresh. Oh, shoot. What the hell did I do? Babe, hey, can we have another? Shoot. Okay, well, nothing yet.
You seriously think a puny little child can be a villain? Yes, it's really despicable. You know, grossly evil.
Sorry, guys, I just keep refreshing this Brooks Houck deal.
And not for chubby little punks who should be at school, learning, taking a recess.
Oh, yeah, I know I thought he was sick. Oh, yeah, Frazzle, it was so funny. They, he was like so serious. I mean, he would just giggle, but then he was so serious about eating that. They aren't live yet with Brooks. No, I can't. His arraignment started, was at 10 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock your time. And I just keep refreshing to see if we can. Right, Jerry? I know. I want that arrest affidavit so bad. I am just dying to find out what they have. Yeah, I think they're running drugs or some kind of shit over there. I don't know, but that whole family, there's a whole lot of people there involved in it. And that whole thing needs to be shut down. And them all go to jail. In my opinion. Did I see Natalie earlier in here? Random little outburst. Oh. Oh yeah, DC, I want it. Please. Okay, good. I thought I saw her, but then I thought maybe I didn't because I haven't seen her again. If you're here, Natalie, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Right, DC? That's funny. Well, I hope they don't lower that bond. And definitely not work release. Forget it. That's not happening. I don't think they put it at $10 million bond for a reason. Because they know his ass will take off. Let me see. Refresh. Hi, kitty, fly, kitty. I know, right? Hello, Mr. Jack. Oh my gosh. Nope, you can't touch the computer. When we go to my aunt's, she has a mouse out that's not plugged into anything and a keyboard that's not plugged into anything. And she puts it out there for him to play with. But he immediately realized that he totally knows that it's not working. Are you happy with yourself? Don't push buttons. Oh my God. Right, but yeah, definitely. That's funny. Right now, I just unplugged my mouse so he could touch it. And he's got this satisfying look on his face, like he feels really proud that he's probably screwing something up for me. Don't you, don't you, don't you? Yeah, are you dressing up? Becky, you guys looked so good last year. It's a good thing you left before they decided who won, because otherwise I would not have won. You guys were awesome. Okay, see, there we go. Have to get crazy here, little boy. Stop. No. No, stop. Grinch, that's funny. You probably already have a Grinch outfit. No. See. Oh. Wow. Somebody's mad, and I'm glad. A bottle of ink to make you stink, a bottle of wine to make you shine. That's funny. I say Grinch for sure, Beck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen you. Oh my gosh. Jack saw me with my glasses on yesterday, and you could just tell he did. It seemed like he didn't recognize me. It was too funny, the look on his face. Oh, come on. Think you're pretty funny, don't you? Don't you? Yeah, a onesie. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. That's hilarious, Becca. That's not the only onesie you have either. Too funny. It's all too beautiful. Oh my God. I was going to say, I know you have more than one onesie for sure. She does. You can't believe some of the stuff she does. Silly ass. One time we were in Walmart shopping and she didn't feel good. And I told her we would leave. She said, no, I'll just get in the cart. So I pushed her around the store in the cart. Jeez. Yeah, I think you might have been older than 20 even. You were definitely an adult. I know, she texted me when she got her new sink and said, you won't believe how big this sink is. I just got in it. I said, oh shit. When we had these big old drawers put in the kitchen, Mr. Snotty said, tell her to stay out of those drawers. I'll be trying to get in them. Oh, Lord. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know if you were listening to this earlier, Beck, but I love that. Oh, God. I did. It was actually an awesome sink for sure. Watch it, watch it. Oh, wow. Oh, no, you can't be all the way up there. I do too. Joey, I do too. Big time. Beck, earlier it was so sad listening to the videos, the Ring cameras. You know, they just go in there every morning and like, get up. Is that clean? Is that this? That, just, there's no good morning, nothing like that. Yeah. But it made me think how many times I always take pictures of everybody sleeping. I think it's so cute when the kids, even big kids, when they're sleeping. And I told Beck one time I had pictures of her sleeping, and she's like, no, you don't. I'm like, how the hell would you know you're asleep? And yes, I do. I absolutely do. I love when the big kids sleep at my house, take little naps. I absolutely love that. Yeah, you do. You do. I was going to say, and that happens with you a lot. You definitely nap. You and the booger, big time. Wow, it's only 8. Wow. Wow. Okay. Hey. Libby. Okay, you guys, just one sec. I have got to change Jack before he takes that thing off and creates. Oh, wait, we're back on. Shit. Have I done this again? You guys. How did I do this? Son of a bee sting. Okay, it just barely started. What the hell am I doing? Son of a bitch.
Yes, it would be an important part of
Wait,
how they learn to be more.
wait, let's see.
You may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Okay, it's just a tiny bit. I'll keep checking on that arraignment too. Maybe
All
by
right.
the next break, we can watch it.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're in the middle of the direct examination of the current witness. So with that, Ms. Coakley, you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, you may do so.
Now, I want to talk for a second about the impacts that harsh, cruel, demeaning, and injurious treatment of a child can have. Can that have an impact on the child's view of morality?
Yes, it would be an important part of how they learn to be moral, responsible human beings. Really, is a big part of that is modeled by your parents. So the modeling he got was certainly had some serious moral problems, in that it's giving him various messages like violence is okay, and isolating people is okay, and withholding food is okay, and being choked is okay. Those sort of things. These are the most important role models in your life, or your parents.
Can that create a distorted view of what is morally appropriate behavior?
Very much so, yes. After months or years of this, it becomes normal to the child, despite how pathological or abnormal it is. They begin to see this as just normal, a normal part of life.
Now, can that distortion of appropriateness also extend to the child's view of themselves?
Yes, it can. And one of the ways it might do that is that the child internalizes being treated like this, and sees themselves as the bad, responsible one. With they have the moral problems. It's their fault that this is happening, clearly, because it keeps happening to them. They think it must be in some way my fault.
Even in situations where there's kind of like pervasive, ongoing abuse or trauma inflicted by a parent caregiver, can a child who is subject to that still have affection for the abuser?
Yes, that's very common.
Why does that occur? Or how does that occur, especially in a situation
Because they want that person to love them.
Built into children that if you provide them care, and you take care of them, and give them a place to live and feed them, and get them to school, that sort of thing, the attachment system does kick in, and they connect to that person. They form a bond.
So a child can come away from an abusive situation and still have affection or allegiance to the abuser.
Yeah, that's very, very typical.
Now, I want to talk for a second about stealing as something that it can occur within is that something, a behavior that can result in children that have been subject to abuse or neglect?
Yes, you're stealing, you're talking about.
Stealing,
Yes,
yeah.
and particularly in this case, kids who've had that early psychosocial deprivation and really lack of adequate parenting in their first couple of years of life, or a year and a half in his case.
Is it when a child is exhibiting that type of behavior, especially when there's a known history of some kind of neglect or abuse, is it therapeutic or appropriate treatment to address that behavior to deprive child of access to some of the items?
You mean which items?
Like if a child is stealing food or candy, if that is something that occurs and that's something that's been noticed, in order to address that behavior therapeutically, what would be the appropriate way to address it?
Well, to try to talk to them about it and try to understand and explore their feelings about why this behavior is continuing, and then help them gain insight into the fact that you did have a very difficult early childhood, and kids like that will have this urge to keep hoarding and taking food, because in the back of their brain and at an instinctual survival level, they're thinking, I've got to keep getting food and hoard it, because at any point I could start going hungry again and there'll be nothing to eat. So to help them gain insight and to then give them interventions, or that's too strong of a word, but then to give them regular snacks and reassure them they're always going to be able to get snacks if they start really feeling that anxiety or need to eat something. So not restrict it, but let them know it's always here, and make that a reality. Not that you are going to have them eat 5 Big Macs a day, but you'd have to tailor what sort of meals and snacks you'd let them have.
Can that type of hoarding and inclination and kind of compulsive to get food, can that occur even in children that are otherwise well fed and maybe not like starving, who've had the previous trauma?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Now, is limiting or severely controlling a child's access to food and snacks and water, is that something that is a therapeutic treatment for this type of behavioral problem?
It's counter therapeutic. It goes against the treatment, because you're teaching them it's true. Those very sort of primitive feelings you have that there's not enough to eat and food may not always be accessible, you're now keeping it a reality instead of helping them get over that insecurity.
And so when you're saying it's counter therapeutic, does that mean that it can make the behaviors actually worse?
Yes.
Overruled.
Does that mean that it could increase, or would that have what kind of impact would it have on the behaviors?
It reinforces it. It might increase it. It may just keep it, sustain it. It depends on the child, but I would not predict that would make it any better at all.
Now, you mentioned social deprivation and cognitive deprivation. What are those things?
So children really of any age, and probably it's true for adults too, but they need consistent caregiving. They need nurturance. They need support. They need affection. They need to be held or hugged. They need to be shown empathy so that they know that their needs are recognized and being met, so they can develop confidence and emotional security in themselves. So the pathological care would be really the opposite of those things.
What do you mean that the pathological care?
Well, the kind of parenting that you wouldn't want to see for a child who's come from this sort of early deprivation is care that wouldn't be supportive and consistent and nurturing and affectionate.
The type of care that you saw that occurred between January, that's on the videos between January 5th and January 28th, will you characterize that as supportive, caring, empathetic care?
No, I would see it as the opposite of those.
Okay, how would you describe it?
Unempathic, mean, frightening, not in any way trying to recognize what's going on with the child, but just imposing your will in a harsh disciplinary fashion.
Now, Dr. Murray, are you saying that like a parent can't yell at a child?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that a parent can't discipline a child if they do something that they behave in a way that's inappropriate?
No, you have to discipline children in an appropriate way, sure, for for issues,
you-
misbehaviors.
Are you saying that a parent can't punish a child if they do something that requires punishment?
Prefer to use the term discipline. Punishment has somewhat of a negative connotation, but you could look at it as punishment, I suppose, if it's reasonable and mild.
Okay, so what is more appropriate and also developmentally appropriate for a child of this age, you would characterize as discipline?
What would I?
Discipline is more appropriate than punishment for a child, a 14-year-old child of this age.
Yes.
What's the difference, I guess, between what is appropriate and then what is harmful?
The simple answer would be what's in the best interest of the child, and is what you're doing, whatever it is it going to help the child learn why this problem is, why their behavior was not good? It's going to help give them ideas or ways to not engage in this behavior in the future, give them alternatives, to turn it into a learning experience at the same time with enough discipline that it does get their attention if you think it needs it. I mean, some kids, they get a harsh word from a parent and they're good to go for a year. Other kids need a lot more hands-on intervention. It depends on the child's temperament and personality.
Now, I want to talk about kind of the impact that cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation can have on a child's creation of their own identity. How does that impact that?
It's sort of a couple different things, two different things here, but the deprivation has actually been shown in longer term studies to lower children's IQ, their IQ scores. So their intelligence level doesn't rise as high as somebody who isn't deprived or mistreated over the years.
Now, in cases where children are subject to cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation, do you see instances of that child engaging in fantasy or lying? Or can you see that?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
Some kids will start engaging in fantasy thinking and make up stories, and it's a coping mechanism to try to sort of fill the void of having so little mental stimulation or intellectual or cognitive outlets. So they then begin creating their own stories and fantasies to sort of fill that hole.
Now, I want to talk about a child expressing frustration and anger. Is a child expressing frustration and anger the same thing as violence necessarily?
No, not at all. But violence would be one sliver of children who are frustrated and angry. Some will act violently.
Now, during the course of the review of some of the videos, did you see a few videos where Ronan is expressing inside the room frustration or anger?
Yes. Or a great deal of emotional pain that he doesn't know how else to release, it seems like. Then when he starts just like
Morning, Winnie's mom.
Wall or kicking his Legos around.
Now, just generally, outside of the specific facts of this case, is something like kicking Legos or screaming in frustration or tearing posters off the wall is for a 14-year-old child. Is that like a clinically significant type of anger or frustration just in general if a 14-year-old does that?
In and of itself, that's not necessarily a pathological or a behavior or some sign of serious mental illness. If it's infrequent and the child has really had a terribly, say, frustrating experience or something, they might come home and kick something on the floor. But no, in and of itself, no.
Could it be a completely normal expression of frustration or anger in a 14-year-old boy?
It could be, yes.
To react to maybe some kind of adverse experience or just whatever frustration it is.
Yes.
Now, in this type of situation, does that Ronan being in that situation, locked in the room alone and having that type of response, does that tell you anything about how he's dealing with the trauma of the situation?
Well, he's only got a limited number of things he can do with all this angst and emotional pain and the effects of this mistreatment building up and building up. It's got to come out somehow. It always comes out one way or another in human beings. And it seems like in him, the only sort of outlets he's really got are to kind of throw things around or kick whatever's in the room that's left. He did become suicidal a couple times from it as well.
So
Which would be another way that you could get those sort of feelings. Unfortunately, a method to get those out or deal with them.
So in the room itself, the only control he has is over the immediate items in the room.
Staying, rephrase, counsel.
In the room itself, what does he have the capacity or the agency to control?
What did he have?
Yeah, about his physical environment.
Well, very little, because he's in a box, and essentially the only other things in there are a bed and a sheet and a pillow and a desk, and I believe towards the end again one book.
Now, at some point, there might be some discussion in this case about more specific situations when a child has more specific behavioral needs than an ordinary child, or and we might discuss reactive attachment disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes, I am.
What is it?
It's a diagnosis, a condition where a child is deprived, usually during the first 2 or 3 years at least of their life and earlier, of consistent, supportive, appropriate parenting. So they don't have regular nurturance or contact with a caregiver, a parent. So they don't have the chance to sort of form secure attachments to a parent or two, which is what they're programmed to do.
And then, so something has to occur, just so I'm understanding you correctly, something has to occur early in life that makes it difficult for where they weren't able to form an attachment.
Well, yes, they're not having a responsive, tender care. They're being left alone for long periods of time. When they are fed, it might just be with a bottle a few times a day. Otherwise, they're left laying there unattended or with very little stimulation, and this results in their brain not developing properly, their emotional system not developing properly. Even physically, they don't grow as well, and moreover, their head size isn't even necessarily as big as it isn't the size that that it should be.
Now, in a child who does have an attachment disorder, is a child with this disorder necessarily violent towards themselves or others? Is that like something that always happens?
That's not actually a diagnostic criteria for reactive attachment disorder. Violence is not even one of the defining criteria or criterion of that.
Is there generally accepted, if a child does have some type of attachment disorder, and specifically reactive attachment disorder, is there generally accepted therapeutic interventions within the scientific community to address that?
The main treatment that has been shown to work is to get the child out of the problematic, uncaring environment, the pathological environment, as quick as possible, and put them with either a foster family or a stable relative, or have them adopted into a good parenting situation. I mean, that's the treatment, and get them back on a normal course of development.
And so we're talking about a good parenting situation. Do you mean stable, nurturing, that addresses the child's needs?
Yes.
Now,
that works, and the majority of children with RAD, reactive attachment disorder, have substantially diminished or even resolution of their RAD symptoms over time.
Is it considered therapeutically acceptable or appropriate to isolate, confine, or deprive a child who might have a history that lends them to having an attachment disorder?
No, it's just what you wouldn't want to do to a child with reactive attachment disorder, because that isolation and lack of contact and lack of affection are the things that created it in the first place. So you want to undo that by doing the opposite to the child with good parenting.
would it exacerbate any attachment issues if they were there to treat a child like Ronan Ferriter was treated?
Yes, it would. Yes, it wouldn't. Yes, simple answer.
Now, what about a child? You mentioned that, one of the, in your opinion, there were some indications that there was a complex post-traumatic stress disorder indicated here.
Yes.
Would this type of treatment in any way address or help a child with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, no, I believe that's the cause of him having post-traumatic stress disorder is the abusive treatment that he received.
Now, would this type of treatment worsen the behavior or increase symptoms?
Yes.
Now, did you, as part of this case, have the opportunity to review a deposition given by a Dr. Rappa?
I did.
And she made some opinions about this case as well, correct?
She did, yes.
Did you agree with any of the opinions that Dr. Rappa made?
I did. In particular, she did describe the behaviors that Ronan was experiencing and the punishment, the isolation, the abuse as inappropriate and unacceptable. She referred to Ronan having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, partly from his experiences in Vietnam when he was in the orphanage, but I don't believe that would really add up, because PTSD is from being traumatized, be it physical abuse or a car accident or being caught in a hurricane or whatever it might be, or seeing something terrible happen to a family member. But being neglected and left alone doesn't cause post-traumatic stress disorder. So I saw nothing in the records that he had experienced any early traumas in his first couple of years of life when he was in Vietnam, year and a half.
So you would be in agreement with Dr. Rappa that there are indicators that the victim in this case has experienced trauma?
Definitely, yes.
The source of that trauma is a little bit of a disagreement, if I'm understanding you correctly.
If I'm understanding her deposition correctly, yes.
But would you agree with her her opinion that regardless of the source of the trauma, this is not the way that a child with PTSD should be treated?
Well, right, because you're continuing to inflict the trauma on the child, and the PTSD comes from the trauma, so you're just doing nothing but worsening the child's PTSD with more and more of the same traumatic experiences.
I think we talked about, in general, a child, that this would be harmful. If a child has specific, because of their history, has behavioral issues or maybe even a medical diagnosis, does that change whether or not this is an appropriate type of punishment for a child?
I can't come up with any kind of explanation that would justify the treatment Ronan went through as appropriate.
The fact that there might be indications that because of his history and because of his treatment that he was, vulnerable or psychologically complex, does that increase the risk to him psychologically to be subjected to this type of treatment?
Yes, above and beyond being especially vulnerable, given he is a child, yes, that would even increase the risk more.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross?
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with I have your list of testimony in cases, civil and criminal. It's a pretty extensive list. You've testified in Palm Beach County before, correct?
Yes.
And looks like all but one defendant, all were for the state. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm happy to have you review it if you want.
I trust you.
All right. And can you tell me what you're being compensated for your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
How much are you being compensated for your testimony?
I'm being compensated for my time, but $350 an hour.
All right. And how much time have you put into the preparation of your testimony here today? Approximately.
Preparation for testimony?
I'm going to break it down. Yes, testimony.
I would say in the neighborhood of 5 hours.
All right. And in addition to that, any other preparation that you did, how much time did you put in?
Reviewing the records, I have a sheet on my office desk. I'm going to estimate it's probably in the ballpark of probably 8 hours, 9 hours of record review to get through all the materials, which I tried to reread as much as I could in the last day or two, because there's a lot of information.
Yeah, and we'll get to what you reviewed in a minute, but I appreciate your answer. I'm looking at your CV, very extensive.
Yeah, because people really should do it for free.
It has all the publications that you wrote, plus those which you've contributed to, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go through a few here. I noticed, going back a little ways, in '94, you wrote one called Sexual Homicide by Adolescents.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, '95, you wrote one called The Psychopathology, Biopsychopathology Factors, Crime Characteristics, and Classification of 25 Homicidal Youth.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, you wrote one called The Psychopathology and Personality in Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
In 2000, you wrote one with a co-author called Anger, Experience, and Styles of Expression Among Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
Jump forward a little. 2002, I see one, The Sexual Assault of Boys Incarcerated in Jails.
Yes.
2005, Personality Comorbidity in Adolescent Females with ADHD.
Yes.
I know you wrote that with others. I'm just trying to move it along, though. There's one that you wrote with somebody else in 2006, The Motivation Behind Serial Sexual Homicide. Is it sex, power, and or control or anger?
Yes.
2008, The Relationship Between Serial Sexual Murder and Autoerotic Asphyxiation.
Yes.
I tried that word twice and didn't get it. Jumping forward a little, 2012, Adolescent Parricide and Psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
The murder of a parent by a child.
You wrote a book as well.
I did, yes.
Which it's hard to get, but I got your book.
It's out of print.
It's out of print, but someone still had it. It's called Juvenile Sexual Homicide. It's a 2002 book.
Yes.
And you've also contributed in chapters in other books, correct?
I have.
So for example, Current Perspectives on Conduct Disorder, and that was for the Adolescent Medicine State of the Art Review.
Yes.
Serial Offending in Childhood.
Yes.
The Juvenile Justice System, Delinquency, and the Juvenile Court.
Yes.
So you've written extensively on, seems a lot of your focus is on when juveniles commit crimes. That's a bulk of your work of study, correct?
Really, it's been more in the area of homicide, and often probably the majority of the homicide research I've done has been with children, meaning people under the age of 18.
Who commit homicides.
Yes.
And you're in those articles I've looked at and in your book, you examine the types of maybe common traits or commonalities that might help inform one on a child who's growing up that might commit crimes.
Well, yeah, you hope that it would have some impact on predicting it in children to avoid or help cut down on the number of murders in the future. Yes, that would be the ultimate aim.
So and in a couple of the articles, and in fact in your book, you go through some checklists of the types of those common factors, correct?
Yes.
Pulling out of your book, let's see here.
Can approach. All right, you may continue, Mr. Wahid. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You talked a lot about psychopathy on your direct. There is a thing called a PCLR, correct?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the psychopathy checklist, and it's 20 items that you rate to get an idea of how much of a really a criminal personality they have.
And
It's a score of 0 to 40.
some of those items on the checklist are
What I'm gonna object beyond scope, threat, and relevance.
Let me have you approach. All right, Mr. Wahid, you may proceed.
so again, on direct examination, you discussed psychopathy, correct?
I don't recall that I did.
Did you make any opinion today about connecting psychopathy with what happened in this case?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Did I, you mean, did I rate the level of psychopathy in Mr. Ferriter?
Nope. Did you say that the types of environment that that Ty was in this situation that he had at his home, that it could have it has an impact on a child's psychopathy?
As I recall, I used the word psychopathology, meaning mental illness, not psychopathy, something very different.
All right, so the objection sustained. You need to move on, Mr. Wahid.
Let me ask you about things you reviewed. You reviewed, so the state provided you a list of items, correct?
Yes.
About 95 pages of items, included witness statements.
Yes.
When you say witness statements, did that include the statements the witnesses made during the trial?
No.
Did you observe those or read those in any way?
No.
And when I'm saying witnesses, I'm being specific to RF and FF, Ronan and Fiona.
Forgive me, I've been using his first name.
Yes.
Should I say RF?
It can be confusing a little on the names. So I'm going to go with Ronan.
Okay.
So Ronan or Fiona, you did not watch or hear or read those trial testimonies.
What I had was their the child protection team interviews, and then his statements to the police in the beginning, and then their depositions I read as well.
Okay. And you were provided by the defense a list of other items electronically. Did you review any of those?
I believe I made it through all of those.
Okay.
A lot of them were repeats of what I had received from the state attorney's office.
Sure, that's possible. So that included Ronan's early childhood records?
Yes.
It included his school records?
Yes.
And that would also be from Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And that would also include those emails between the teacher and the parents?
Yes.
You also reviewed disciplinary records and other school records from Immaculate Heart?
Yes, I did.
You also reviewed clinical summary in April of 22 from Kenny Miller?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the reactive attachment disorder issue, correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the records of Dr. Thomas Rickenbacker?
I did.
You reviewed Ronan's other medical records, pediatric medical records?
Yes.
Did you review any of the photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you review the family counseling associate records?
Yes.
And there were some other records in there, though, that might go beyond the scope of what you testified to. So if they come up, I'll come back to those.
Okay.
You did not actually evaluate Ronan, correct?
I did not.
And you never asked to evaluate Ronan?
I asked if it was possible. Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Let me have you approach on that.
I can reword it.
Okay, reword it in a way it does involve hearsay.
Sure. Based on the information you received, you then could not evaluate, you believe you could not evaluate Ronan.
True.
All right. And so obviously without actually evaluating Ronan, you can't do anything in terms of diagnosis of him.
Based on the extensive records, my observations of him on the videotapes, teacher observations, et cetera, I believe he has PTSD.
Well, is that your independent diagnosis or based on somebody else's diagnosis?
It's mentioned on occasion in the records, but my independent assessment would be that he does have PTSD, yes.
Well, but as a psychiatrist, is it not correct that you ethically under the rules are not allowed to make a diagnosis of an individual without actually conducting an examination and an evaluation on your own under section 7.32 of the Principles of Medical Ethics for the American Psychiatric Association Ethics Committee?
It's not a hard and fast rule. And in fact, in forensic psychiatry, sometimes we're asked to review records of someone who has passed away from one reason or one reason or another, and try to come up and with a diagnostic assessment.
Ronan is not someone who's passed away, though, correct?
Correct.
And when you say it's not a hard and fast rule, it's actually a written rule, though, correct?
Could we go over the language of it?
Sure. In order to arrive at it.
Sustain, show him what rule you're referring to. You can approach. What was the last part? Oh, this. Let's show it to the state first, and then you can show it to the witness. Thank you, Mr. Waheed. All right, Mr. Waheed, you can continue.
We're going to come back to that question in just a second. Let me talk to you about the pediatric records, which you've reviewed. So let's start with the fact that he was, you've reviewed all these documents, so you know that he was essentially at 7 months old, dropped off at an orphanage in Vietnam.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
That's what the records show, yes.
Right. And you were talking about, this is in the context of you were talking about how early childhood issues might relate to later development, correct? You were talking about that a couple of times with the state.
Yeah, particularly reactive attachment disorder, yes.
Sure. So we're talking about early childhood. He gets dropped off at 7 months old. We don't know from records, because he was just dropped off at the orphanage, what the prenatal care was, correct? We don't know that.
No, we don't have those records.
We don't know what type of delivery of that baby happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we don't really have a medical history for that first 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. Then the child's at the orphanage until about 17 months old, correct?
Yes.
And then he is adopted.
Correct.
By the Ferriters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation about his snacks and eating and that sort of thing. Is it looking at the 2021 medical records, which was literally the most recent prior to the running away that happened here in Florida? He had a 19.7 BMI, which was considered normal. That's normal, correct?
It's, yes. His weight was low, normal, I would say, but in the normal range.
His general appearance presented as well developed, correct?
Yes.
It was noted that he was well nourished and had no acute distress, correct?
And you're reading from the pediatric records?
Yes.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And I'm picking a particular date of 2021 because I know it changes. I'm not going through all the records, but that was the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Then there was a whole conversation that you had about sugary snacks. You remember that?
I don't know if we had a whole conversation about sugary snacks. No.
Well, you definitely talked about snacks with the state, correct?
Yes.
And amongst them was that he was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
What was the first part of your sentence?
Among the topics you discussed was that Ronan was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
More so meals, I believe we talked about, that sometimes meals would be held if they thought he was angry, or if they felt he was misbehaving in some other way, they might withhold a meal.
Okay, so we'll get to meals. Well, you also mentioned snacks, so I just want to go in order. So let me ask you, you reviewed the family counseling records, right? And that goes back, that starts essentially September 23rd of 2015. And Ronan is brought by his parents, and the chief complaint is he gets triggered and angry, that he has a low frustration tolerance.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that there were a number of complaints that the parents came to the family counseling services folks with, which included what you were talking about with the RID, which was the hoarding of food, taking food from other kids, that sort of stuff?
Ms. Martin, the counselor, said I believe she was considering RAD.
Right.
As a diagnosis.
Yeah, so this is now
Kathleen Martin was the counselor.
Correct. I don't want to talk over you, so just when you're done, I'll then go. And in that first visit, though, one of the issues that was, or facts that was given to Ms. Martin, was this taking food from kids, hoarding food, that issue.
I believe that's in the records. I don't remember the exact timing.
Okay. I'm happy to refresh your memory. It's right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
thanks.
approach Mr. Wade.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And one of the complaints as well, I feel like I need to give you a copy of this because I'm going to do a lot of walking now. One of the complaints as well initially was that Ronan would actively defy or refuse to comply with requests from authority figures, parents, siblings. Parents and siblings are stressed by the yelling and temper tantrums, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of a series of meetings with Ms. Martin, one of the diagnoses that she had made was a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
You can approach. All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Waheed, you may continue. We've been going about an hour. Is this a good time to take a break, or you want to go for a little bit longer and tell me what a good stopping off point is?
I can just go for a little longer.
All right, so you tell me when you're at a good break point.
Based on your review of the records, are you aware that that Ronan was also diagnosed at some point with oppositional defiant disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's sort of describes what it is by the title, but it's children who are beyond normal in the sense of defying rules, being oppositional, stubborn, saying things that irritate other people.
And based on what was in the record up until late 2015, would you have agreed with that diagnosis?
I'd really want to know more as to what was going on in his life at that time. And I just don't have the detail to really feel confident on that one way or the other.
Sure. However, would it be enough for you based on what's in the record to at least say that that would have been an appropriate differential diagnosis at the time?
Well, there's a lot of reasons kids can be defiant and screaming and going after snacks and sneaking them, that sort of thing, and stealing food from other children at school. So I really want to know more.
All right. So that information, though, based on the record, was passed on to the parents, right? That diagnosis was given to the parents, correct?
I don't know. I assume.
Well, you have it in the records, correct? That you reviewed.
Sustained. If you know, you can answer, sir.
I don't know what Ms. Martin said to the parents about the diagnosis.
Would a document from her report help refresh your recollection?
Well, you asked me if they passed it on to the parents. So
yes,
if that would help me, yes.
Sustained.
Based on your review of the records, was there any advice given as to how to handle that diagnosis?
Sustained. Let me have your approach on that, Mr. White. Objection sustained. You may continue, Mr. White.
If hypothetically a child's diagnosed with ODD, what would you recommend to parents as treatment?
Objection relevance.
A hypothetical.
Sustained. Even a hypothetical still has to be relevant. So unless you want to argue the relevancy at sidebar, you can move on.
I would like to do that.
All right. So let's approach again. All right, the objection is withdrawn. You need the question restated for you, sir?
I'll just,
Go ahead and restate it.
what would be the treatment you would recommend for ODD, oppositional defiance disorder?
In general, learning as much as you can about the ODD symptoms and where they're happening and what's happening, and is it happening everywhere? Is it happening just at home? And then how long has it been occurring? And then once you kind of get a real understanding of it, then it might be approached with individual therapy, or just be meeting with a child, or you might be doing parent training and working with the parents, or you might also do family sessions where you meet with the child and the parents to work on the oppositional defiant behavior. And sometimes if it's real, I guess, really problematic and you're not getting anywhere with those treatments, you could consider medications.
A medication like, is it clonidine? It's a
Clonidine,
clonidine.
possibly, yes, you could try that.
Okay.
Yes.
And is your understanding that that was ever tried on Ronan?
That was tried for, I believe, ADHD.
But it was tried on him?
Yes. And sometimes children who are depressed will show ODD type symptoms, so you might end up treating them for depression and using an antidepressant.
And would limit setting be one of the things that you would recommend when treating a child with ODD, that parents have limit setting where they put limits on the child?
Yes, that may well be part of it. Yes.
And I'm not sure if you said it, but also would therapy sessions be a part of that?
And generally, yes.
Would you take steps to reduce sugar or other types of caffeinated things that would make one more hyper?
That's very rarely going to explain ODD. I mean, could that be a small part of it? Maybe, but that isn't going to be the source of a child coming in with ODD symptoms.
You said a moment ago that at some point that Dr. Martin, in the review of the records, had also come to a conclusion later on in her work that there's a possibility of reactive attachment disorder. Correct?
It was mentioned, but I read through the records. They're a little bit vague, but yet she had a couple hour-long sessions with Ronan alone, and she described him as compliant, cooperative, normal speech, insightful, judgment intact, adequate impulse control, good memory.
Are you reading from a particular document?
That's from her notes from November 4th of 2015. So he didn't come across at all as having ODD, and she had two, I believe, 60-minute individual sessions with him. He came across as very sort of really in a lot of ways unremarkable as far as having mental illness symptoms of an ODD nature.
But in that same November 4th, 2015, isn't it correct that she also pointed out he was eating too many sugars and sweets, and that the parents had to, and that this was leading to emotionally liable behavior, and that the parents, including screaming, tantrums, and that the parents eventually, she opines that they need to monitor his diet, correct? I'm summarizing without reading the document.
That sounds correct, yes.
Hey, Amanda Panda.
Eating some sugary sweets isn't going to explain that diagnosis.
We can take a break at this time.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mark, if you could escort them back. Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. It's 2:45, and we'll be in recess until 3.
I agree, Legs.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, court will be in recess until 3 o'clock.
You know, why would you try to argue? Like, I don't get it. I mean, I know that they have to try to defend this bullshit somehow, but you're really going to act like that didn't fuck the kid up? Yeah, well, it did. It fucks me up knowing that it happens to somebody. No wonder he became good at hacking shit. He was, what are you supposed to do in there all that time? He's a smart kid. It's kind of impressive, the shit he's done. For not having devices. Right. No, of course they are. Actually, I laid down with Jack and got him to take a nap, but let me tell you, my eyes were feeling really heavy. Felt like I was about to nod off my own self. Stuff that will piss you off. Yeah, how long have you been gone? Because I've been taking care of the boy. I've been listening. I've had my earbud in. Yeah, I damn near fell asleep with the boy. Wow. It would have been a good one, too. I love naps. Oh, my God. It's the bomb. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh. Oh, wow. Hold on. God, I love naps so much. Okay. Do. La.
I will tell Your Honor, we're investigating the murder of Tommy Ballard that could potentially be related to this case. We are waiting for testing to come back on the firearm we believe was used to murder Tommy Ballard, a firearm that we purchased from Nicholas Houck, who was using a fake name when he sold the rifle. We know it's the same caliber. There's 5 criteria that they're looking at, and so far it's matched 4 of the 5 criteria.
All right, Sterling, thank you very much. We're now moving to 2 new developments involving
Oh, wow. Tommy is Crystal's father. Yeah, they killed him too. Oh gosh, frazzled, yes. That just makes you want to crash out. Exactly, Mohawk Mom. Why don't they get in that damn box and see if they wouldn't go batshit crazy? Oh yeah, Dre, there's all kind. There's 5 people that died all around. Yeah, 5 people. Some crooked ass bullshit going on over there. Nicholas is his brother. I'm telling you, that brother and that mother up to some shit too. Wow, I didn't see. I want those. I want some arrest affidavits so bad because I don't know what they have because he's not even charged with. Oh, it totally is huge. Yeah, I know. The FBI had to go in there because the law enforcement is crooked as shit. And a cop there was ambushed, was set up and ambushed, killed. Yeah, the oxygen's, but yeah. Oh, wow. I wonder if we could watch that together. Oh, I can't remember. Is that the one where they did that, or was that that teacher in oh shit. Where was that? That teacher in Georgia or somewhere? Oh my God, I know. Mohawk Mom. I don't think they're going to do anything about that. And you know what? That's just it. Like with the Wells, they need to be in trouble just for fucking lying. I know, Jerry. It pisses me off. They're on somebody's panel every day acting the damn idiotic fools. Yeah, totally clowns. No, I can't. I can't stand that shit. They need to go to jail just for how everybody was living over there. And they've lied through their fucking teeth. And yeah, they're out there acting like idiots all the damn time. Did you? I thought you said that. That's right. Did you see a bunch of nonsense? Yeah, Judge Break. He spent a half hour today talking about how they need to make up time. Start out by shutting up. Not taking a break. He tried to take one earlier. They told him they were good. Oh, God. Wow.
And everyone may be seated. All right, Wahid, you ready to continue with your cross?
Poor girl.
Right. Mark, you may bring the jurors in.
I think Jiz too. I think so. I think they prostituted her out or something and she didn't. I don't think they did I don't think that she's unalived on purpose, but I do think she is not alive.
Mr. Wahid, do you have an idea of how much longer you're going to be?
Sorry, I don't.
All rise.
Oh, I know, legs. Wow. I know.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Waheed, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
A child in a
Dr.
creeper's
We're going through some
camper
of the
just is like the most
items that you reviewed that
scary thought
would
ever.
form your opinion. So Ronan was also diagnosed at some point in the records with ADHD. Can you tell us what that is?
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affects about 5% of kids, and they have trouble paying attention, concentrating, completing tasks, sitting still. That's also called hyperactivity, where they have trouble.
And
not
that
moving
was,
around.
he was about 10 years old back then.
Yes, in that neighborhood.
And so well, first, based on your review of the records, would you concur with that opinion?
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints that occasionally occur aren't about he's not paying attention or he's getting bad grades because he can't concentrate or finish his work. So the teacher reports don't really support ADHD very well. And then when I see him, for instance, on his lengthy CPT interview, he doesn't show any hyperactivity at all, and he's concentrating and he pays attention to everything that's said to him and responds appropriately. So, and then also the video in his box, he doesn't seem hyperactive in there most of the time. So I really felt like that may not be at all a accurate diagnosis.
Well, so this was when he was about 10. You didn't have the CPT interview when he was 10. You didn't have videos when he was 10. So based on the review of records up until he's 10, with the chief complaints about essentially what we just talked about before the break, which, the acting out, temper tantrums, the focus issues that are in the report that we just went through before the break, through all of those things. So just knowing what someone would know in the record up until the point where he's about 10, based on that, would you concur?
Right, Jerry, and I
if you were to
fear
go
we
back
will
in
not
the
get
DeLorean
it.
to that time and you were making the diagnosis, would you agree that that could have been a valid diagnosis when he's about 10?
It could have been, but when you look at these notes, for instance, when he's 8, he's described as getting along with children and he responds to discipline. Other notes around that time describe normal mental status examination, normal behavior going back in the pediatric notes. So that doesn't really fit with ADHD.
What would you opine is a treatment for ADHD?
If the child has ADHD, if it's on the milder side, you can try behavioral interventions and modifying the environment and having them move their desk up to the front of the room so they're less distracted by the kids around them. And then when you get to moderate or severe cases, you generally have to go to medication.
Medication like clonidine.
That's a second level medication. There's sort of the first tier medications are still the stimulant medications like Ritalin.
Okay. What's 10X? TENEX.
That's a medicine like guanfacine. I'm sorry, like clonidine. It's called guanfacine. It's a similar blood pressure medicine, actually, but it was found to work for ADHD as well, to be helpful for it.
And based on your review of the records, you're familiar that Ronan was prescribed these medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, do you know that, so Dr. Tom Rickenbacker found that he had ADHD and also the reactive attachment disorder, correct? At the same time.
I have to refresh my memory. I think he was considering reactive attachment disorder also. I thought the wording was that there's RAD issues, but maybe he made the diagnosis.
I can refresh your recollection if you want.
Okay.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Why don't you cram it in your cram hole, mister?
Yeah, just let's have the protocol that you show it to counsel first before you approach the witness.
Show it first to her.
Yeah, so we can see what the fuck you're showing. Hello, douche. Exactly, Jerry. Yep.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
So it's fair to say that back in 2019, Ronan was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and ADHD.
Yes, I don't believe Dr. Rickenbacker had the entire story at that time. I don't see any mention of, that's 2019, around the time that Ronan would have been starting to be isolated and put in the box, to my understanding.
So you
if he didn't know that, that could be the reason why he's roaming around at night inside the cell, and that he's having behavior problems at school.
All right. So you didn't agree with the ODD, oppositional defiance disorder diagnosis. You don't agree with the ADHD diagnosis here. What about the RAD diagnosis?
I love how
Again,
that
I'm
doctor
questioning
calls
those
it a
diagnoses
cell.
because I think there's conflicting
exactly right.
information, and the people who were assessing him at the time, I don't believe had the full picture.
All right. Now it's fair to say though, they were closer to the opportunity to assess than you are sitting here, correct?
As far as being in the room with him, yes, but they didn't have the benefit of many, many years of observations and records on him. They would not have been provided that or had the time to review all that anyway.
All right. So is that your opinion because you believe that, and I just want to be right about this. I think what you just said is that because they don't know that this is generally what you said. They don't know that Ronan, I assume, was in the box, the room at the time. And that's an added fact that makes a difference for you, correct?
It does, yes. Again, because maltreatment can look like ADHD. And all these diagnoses say you have to exclude any other potential cause for this before you make, say, a diagnosis of ODD or ADHD.
But earlier when we were talking about Kathleen Martin and her family counseling associate records, those were in 2015. There's no allegation anywhere in the record that Ronan was in that room in the garage in 2015, correct?
Correct.
But he's still acting out and doing all these things and, being disruptive and throwing tantrums and uncontrollable, correct?
It's not like he's always like that. I mean, I didn't see any really big school problems at that time.
So when you say
that's the history that is coming out from I believe, a parent. And then when she's in the room with him, he comes across as a pretty normal kid.
When who's in the room with who?
Ms. Martin is in the room with Ronan for those 2-hour sessions. And the pediatric records around that time aren't real documentary of extreme behavior problems either.
But after she's in the room with him for those sessions, she still opines he has oppositional defiance disorder, though. correct? And he's still not, in a room in the garage at this point.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But you still don't think you think you're in a better position to now decide he did not have ODD back in 2015. Is that it?
What I tried to explain was I would want more information so that I could feel comfortable ruling in or ruling out that diagnosis. And I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't have enough information.
So it's fair to say also you don't have enough information to say that Kathleen Martin's diagnosis is incorrect back in 2015.
Or
right?
correct. That's right. Either way.
All right. Would that also apply to the psychiatrist, Dr. Tom Rickenbacher's opinions? You don't have enough information to decide whether it is or isn't accurate? Is that your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's talk about, so as part of the basis of your opinion, you reviewed medical records, but you also reviewed school records, correct?
Yes.
And those were school records from 2 different schools, correct?
Yes.
Independence Middle School and Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
I believe Independence Middle School is earlier in time. Let me say that again. I believe Basis Academy is earlier in time.
Right.
All right. And so you reviewed those log entries, right? And
I have, yes.
so it's fair to say that there's a series of incidences where Ronan does something at school. The school basically reaches out to the parents, tells them what he did wrong, and then the parents respond, often the exact same day by email. I haven't.
Let him finish his question, Ms. Copeland, then you can make your objection. But you are, let me have you approach. No, you're good. You're good. Okay. All right, objection sustained. All right, you can rephrase and move on, Mr. Wahid.
All right. So before we start getting to this, one of the things that you opined earlier was that that Tim Ferriter, his conduct was malicious. Remember that?
I do, yes.
So my understanding is malicious means wrongful, intentional, without legal justification, something where that a reasonable parent would not have engaged in that conduct towards a child for any valid reason, and that the primary purpose of the act was to cause the victim unjustifiable pain and injury. Is that what you meant by malicious?
Overruled. You can answer, sir, if that's what you meant.
That, I wouldn't have probably given that definition verbatim, but that seems to describe it, yes.
Okay.
Mean, cruel, not called for, inappropriate, potentially harmful, or even life-threatening.
And malicious is it in the, well, let me ask you a question. What is the DSM-5?
The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it's the 5th edition. It's been around since, I believe, 1952. It's produced by the American Psychiatric Association, and it attempts to list every mental disorder that can affect human beings. And it's got hundreds of diagnoses in it, and it has descriptions and the criteria you would need to meet each of those diagnoses.
And is malicious a diagnosis in the DSM-5?
No.
No. Okay. So malicious is not a psychiatric diagnosis by you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's really a lay opinion, correct? Because it's not a psychiatric opinion, which is what you're an expert at, correct?
It's a reflection on personality traits.
But since it's not in the DSM-5, it's fair to say it is not a psychiatric diagnosis, and that is your area of expertise, right?
Well, human behavior would be my area of expertise as well, and personality.
So I don't think you answered my question. So the question is that malicious not being in the DSM-5 and therefore not being a psychiatric diagnosis, to opine that someone's malicious would not be a psychiatric opinion, correct? It would not require your specialty, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that opinion is you as a layperson. That's your opinion, just as like it would be mine or anyone in the audience.
No, I'm making a clinical assessment of a parent's behavior towards their child. It's a clinical observation based on video evidence, based on other evidence, and based on working with abused children my entire career, as well as abusive parents. And malicious may be an adjective in the DSM. I don't know. We'd have to look in the index. It may be related to certain disorders.
I looked at it. I couldn't find it, but if you find it, please let me know. So,
Sustained. Jury's instructed to disregard counsel's comments about his efforts at finding it in the DSM manual.
let's go back to now the school records. So your opinion was that the parents' conduct was malicious, that there was, in other words, they, and I'm going to have to use some lay terms here, they didn't care at all about this kid, correct? That's what you're saying?
I never said that.
So I need a better understanding of where do you get malicious from?
To my understanding, it's a synonym for cruel or mean.
Okay. So you think they're cruel or mean?
Their behaviors, yes.
Okay. Towards Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. So there's examples at basics where Ronan gets in trouble and school reaches out to the parents, and the parents respond essentially saying they will now take care of that with some form of either talking to Ronan or some other form of punishment, correct?
I hope talking to him wouldn't be a form of punishment.
Well, some form of
But
punishment.
right, that
or
they're going to
talking
respond, yes.
Okay, just so my record's clear on that. I'm not trying to say that they are the same. It's a or. So in other words, I'll say it again so we're clear for the record, is that school would reach out to the parents and say, Ronan did this in school. And here's the harm it created. And then very, very soon thereafter, usually within the same day, the parents would respond apologizing to the school and saying that they will, in some cases, they said they'll speak to Ronan and they'll have a conversation with him, correct?
I believe so.
And in some cases, they said they will take corrective action with him, correct?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. In your opinion, you've done a lot of work with in the area of juvenile crime, in the area of juveniles. Would that be considered an appropriate parenting technique, their response?
It's not really a parenting technique. They're responding and letting the school know we hear what you said and we're going to deal with it. It really doesn't reflect on the quality or acceptability or appropriateness of the parenting technique. I mean, nowhere did they respond and say, okay, we're going to build a cell and isolate him for 2.5 or 3 years.
And in your review of the records, some of those instances that happened at Basics actually hurt other children, correct?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't know of any child that was significantly hurt.
I didn't use the word significantly. I just said hurt other children.
Well, you have to look at each one in context, and there's several of them over the course of, over the course of 4.5 or so years of school records. There was several instances of conflict that got physical, and I think one of the first ones was a boy kicked Ronan in the leg at recess, and then he hit him once back. So it wasn't even Ronan who apparently did the hit first. He got hit, and he was responding defensively.
Sure, mutual combat. Both children got punished, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. There's also a situation though where Ronan took his finger and thumb and pushed it up against a boy's neck, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be hurting another child, no?
That boy was, according to the teacher, was not being nice either. So
Is that a reason to do that, doctor? Is that a reason to?
Let him finish his answer, counsel, before you cut him off. Finish your answer, sir.
Yeah, it's not, I don't see Ronan as acting in a vacuum. He just goes up and pushes his thumb into some boy's throat. There was an interaction with them. He took a pocket full of Legos to school, and I believe it was the boy snitched on him and said, hey, he's got Legos. And so the teacher took his Legos away, and Ronan was upset. And then they got into this issue. But the other thing that makes me think of is he recreating the trauma, what he's been through, where he's been grabbed by the neck and pinned up against the wall and choked? Is he reenacting the trauma he's been through?
You also said just now that Ronan's not acting in a vacuum. It's fair to say that the parents are also not acting here in a vacuum, that they're reacting to Ronan.
Overruled. You can answer it if you know.
Help me. What do you mean reacting to Ronan?
Well, Ronan is acting out and seems to be uncontrollable, and they are trying to do what parents are supposed to do, control their child.
We're getting into which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Did their escalating of abuse of Ronan caused his behavior to get worse and worse, and it just became a vicious cycle. And the worse he was mistreated, the worse he behaved. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me, because we don't have a whole lot of behavior problems going on before he was, say, 8, and then it seemed to start around that time.
Well,
And they had him
where
up
are
until
you
that
getting
point
that?
for 6 from the pediatric records, really, are the main things. And they never took him to any sort of counseling. There's no school records with complaints of Ronan's behavior before age 8.
So it's fair to say that we are how do I word this? Can I come sidebar, Judge?
You can. Okay, the objection is sustained.
Just because you don't have records before the age of 8, that's why you're saying that, correct?
That and the pediatric records don't suggest any problems with his behavior. They refer to normal mood, normal development, reaching his milestones on time.
But you weren't provided any of the school records or any other records before that age, correct?
Correct.
So
From school.
Sure.
Any other records from school.
Or any other therapy or other mental health records or anything like that?
Well, I have a mental status exam in essence from when he was 17 months old, when I think it's Halavy, assessed him, I think in Vietnam, and he was described as smiling, laughing, walking, running, and climbing, and his fine motor skills were good. So he was actually not showing the full effects of being just sort of this non-reactive, non-responding sort of infant that's been completely neglected.
So you have other than that, you have no other mental health or therapy or school records before the age of 8?
No.
All right. And that is why you're saying that there weren't any. That's your basis to say why there weren't any incidents before the age of 8.
I didn't see any.
Because you don't have those records, right?
Sustained.
There
An answer. Sustained. Move on.
So when he goes to Independence, we see a similar pattern, correct? Where
Ms. Coakley, let him finish his question. Restate your question, Mr. White, so I can capture it.
Sure. We see a similar pattern that we saw at Basics, where there's an incident that happens with Ronan in school. School reaches out to the parent, and the parent says that they will they'll talk to him, they'll do something about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a point in time where that's like almost every month, right? In 2019.
Approach. All right, the objection is sustained. Counsel, rephrase, please.
So I'm going to talk through the year of 2019. It's 2 schools. So he was at Immaculate Heart, and then he is at, for the first part of the year, and then at Basis the next part of the year. So looking at 2019. Just in February, March, April, just in those months, there seems to be an incident. There's at least 5 incidents, correct? A very short span of time.
In which month?
Late February of 2019 through early April of 2019.
I tried to list them out. I may have missed some, but I have 12 of them over a period of 4.5 years, 12 teacher communications with the parents about Ronan, the behaviors.
All right. So
that's probably out of 800 school days. I've got roughly 12 complaints.
So the question though is, in a very short span of time, from February 28th to April 5th, there are 6 incidents where the school has to reach out to the parents in a manner we just talked about, where they are complaining about his acting out, his behavior, injuring other children during recess, or taking electrical items, calculators, whatever from other kids. And the parents respond to each one of those within a day, saying that they will take some corrective action.
And what period are you saying that starts in? What month and year?
February 28th, 2019.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So there's February 28th, 2019. I have March 8th, 2019, March 16th, March 22, March 27th, April 5th. Correct?
I don't have all those. I'm not sure if they're related or not. I have the the February 28th, 2019 one marked down, where he got into an altercation with another boy and they were both throwing punches.
So the question I have, first, I can't ask the question until I know, are you agreeing or disagreeing with the foundation of what I'm saying?
I didn't document all those, so if you want to show them to me, if there's 6 of them there or 5 of them, I don't have those documented. But if they're all about the same incident, that's why I would not have documented all 5 instances. If it's just more about the same incident.
The different incidences. Each is a different incident. I understand your question. So I can show you. Hang on.
Do you need to approach?
I do, Judge. I just need to get organized first.
All right, you may approach. All right, Ms. Coakley, we need to get a microphone in your hand when you make your objections. I got spanked from recording that they couldn't hear you, so I'm putting it on you now. Use the mic. I've yet to go to trial yet where I didn't get that call from recording, so.
Thank you.
And when you're walking away, if you're talking to Mr. Wahid, you need to have the mic. Mark, do we have a second handheld? Let's put that on the podium for Mr. Wahid. Just take it up to him if he's going to be talking.
For the record, just showing the witness for his, to help refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Oh, missed one.
So when you're done looking at the documents that are being used to refresh your recollection, you'll put them down, turn them over, and then you'll be asked if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay, see if I can remember those.
I'll leave them there for a minute. Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
All right. So during the time period of, and I actually forgot a couple. I have it. There's a January and another February here. I think about it.
You can approach if you need to show it to him.
All right. So the question I was asking earlier is, and I had said 5 or 6. I now count, and I've tried to help refresh recollection about 8 incidents from January 29th, 2019 through April 5th of 2019, where the school reached out to the parents with incidents that had taken place with Ronan.
So the question is, has his recollection been refreshed? That's the first question we have to get to before we talk about what his refreshed recollection
Agreed.
is.
I'm just giving context.
Yeah, but my concern is in the method of questioning. It's let's find out if his recollection's been refreshed first.
Has your recollection been refreshed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there were incidences on January 29th of 19, February 15th of 19, February 28th of 19, March 8th of 19, March 16th of 19, March 22nd of 19, March 27th of 19, April 5th of 19 at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at each time, in each of those incidents, it ranged from some injury to another student to some property damage or theft, correct?
No. One of them is he had, I believe, green sprinkles in his possession. Another one was he took some snacks from another student. Another one was he was found in possession of a Texas Instruments calculator. Another one was he did something to a computer regarding the coding or something. He was trying to get to a game on that computer. And then the one we talked about already, we had a fight with a boy on the playground. I mean, they threw some punches. And then, let's see, another one was he kicked a ball at another student multiple times. And then, so
How was that?
I didn't
not
see
what I-
where anybody was injured or hurt. I mean, and many of these are regarding items he had in his possession or messing with the computer or having sprinkles.
Sprinkles, which he had stolen, right? Those were not his sprinkles, correct?
I'm not sure where he got the sprinkles.
I'm going by the documents you reviewed. And when you're saying not injured, isn't there literally on the February 28th, 2019, where the note says this is an ongoing pattern of Ronan injuring children at recess, correct?
If it says that, yes.
You can look at it, it's in front of you.
Exactly, Mohawk Mom. Just because you say you're going to handle something, how are you handling it? Give me an effing break.
I thought I had them in order. You did say February 19th.
Said February 28th. 28. 28.
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
And when
he
you're-
is assigned an after-school detention for 1 hour.
And okay, fair. And you said one of the examples when I said theft, you said, well, he was just found with a Texas Instruments calculator. That was a stolen calculator, correct? The parents are the ones.
It was not his. That's correct.
The parents found it and contacted the school to say he's got this calculator. It's not his.
Right. I believe that's right.
And the school said, oh, we've been looking for that. It's another student.
Sustained.
So you'd agree that of the incidents, we have injuring other children, we have theft, correct? We have those two so far.
Yes.
All right. And it's appropriate for parents to react to that in a way to try and curb that type of behavior of their child, correct?
Depends on how they react. But yes, they should deal with it appropriately. Yes.
So, and we went through the medical records already, but at this time, he's already been seeing a therapist. He has also seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Rickenbacker, at this point already, and this conduct continues to happen, correct?
Well, you're bringing up a lot of things from 2019, and that's around the time he was put in the box. So how much of this is acting out from being put in the box? Well, it would be my first question, because you do document a blip up, a increase in his behavior issues at school.
Well, I went through I went through all of the records before that as well, and we can keep going through records in 2018. I could do those too, and you have them. And if you want, we can go through 2018.
Sustained.
Well, is it your position that this acting out that I just went through in 2019 did not occur in 2018.
We talked about some of the things that happened before, like the boy kicked him on the field, and then he punched the boy, and then the Legos incident
and the finger and thumb incident.
Yes.
Okay. So there were things in 2018 as well.
Yes.
Going from February of 2018 all the way to December of 2018.
I have October of 18, but maybe there was one in December that I didn't document.
No.
Well, they need to quit trying to justify what they did.
It says it's excellent.
There's no justification for it.
Where I'm going. Oh, good.
So on direct, you had talked a bit about the him being in essentially solitary confinement, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that he was in that room 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis. Yes?
It's not my position, it's what the records reflect.
Which records?
All of them put together, CPT records, police interviews, collateral interviews. For instance, what Fiona said.
Right. It's definitely was a cell, but it was worse than a cell.
Testified on direct, you reviewed
Better conditions for a prisoner in
about that. Yes.
in isolation.
That's out of approximately 21,000 ring videos, correct?
I don't know how many there were. I know there was a whole lot of many videos.
So the 40 that the state selected to give you are the ones you reviewed.
Correct.
And it is your opinion from the review of those 40 videos, is that where you get your 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis that he's in his room? We're talking about January, right? January 20.
And a toilet. And water.
That information from the ring videos? I just don't know the basis.
No, I didn't get it from the ring videos, no. But the ring videos corroborate that history, that he would be woken up in the morning. He'd be asked, "Is it dirty?" referring to the plastic bucket. Then I believe he was allowed to go on to the bathroom. Then he'd go back in the box, and then the mother would take the children to school, and then she would come back and get him around 9. And then he would go back in the box after school, say, I don't know, 4:30, whatever the math would be.
Are you aware that
4:30 p.m., of course.
So I'm trying to understand the basis of where you're getting that number. That's all. So I said, is it from the 40 videos? You said it's not just from that, it's from the record. So what are you talking about? Where do you get that from? You said the CPT, that was one thing you said. So who in the CPT said that? CPT record?
Ronan.
Okay. Ronan said he was in there 14 to 16 hours per day.
What I had was a ballpark of when he left the house, when he was let out of the box, and then when he got home from after school, when he was put in the box. And then he was kept in the box, my understanding, almost every night, fed in the box after everybody else had ate. And then he stayed in the box throughout the night until he was let out in the morning. So if you add up the hours, it's probably, I don't know, even if you went 5 o'clock to midnight, that's 7. Then midnight to 8 is 8. So that's 15 hours. I'm just ballparking it. I don't have an exact number of hours.
If I were to tell you that that if the evidence were to show that it is no more than 10 hours a night, and at most on occasion a 3-hour block during a day, would that change your opinion in any way as to whether or not And I'm not sure what your opinion was here, whether or not it was malicious.
Any amount of solitary confinement for hours to me is unacceptable. There's no justification for it, and it's cruel.
Okay. So it wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
So the lessening of hours wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And so if I were to tell you that
Let him finish the question before you make your objection. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Sure. If I were to tell you that, hypothetically, that that he was out with family on various occasions, he participated in community events or any of those types of things, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of those episodes of being out and about. So no, I've already taken those into consideration.
If I were to tell you that he was provided a breakfast every morning from his mother, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of that already, except there were some mornings he didn't get breakfast, and it's on the Ring video as well. Him being handed, say, a banana with some peanut butter on bread.
And the banana with peanut butter on bread is not breakfast, in your opinion?
I didn't say that. No.
Okay. So you said he was not given breakfast. He was handed a banana with peanut butter on bread. That's what you just said.
No, I said some days he did not get breakfast.
Okay. And then other days he got, as you said, a banana with peanut butter on bread.
My understanding, most days he was given breakfast.
So on direct, by the way, you had said that you spoke to the issue of the banana with peanut butter on bread in the context of torture. Is it your opinion that it's torturous to get a banana with peanut butter on bread for breakfast?
No.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of banana and peanut butter mix. So.
I am too.
Okay. And is it your opinion if
that's all you ever get, though,
of Ronan eating dinner outside his room during that January of 22 time period?
He said that on 3 instances, he did have dinner with the family outside of the cell in January. So about one out of every, whatever it would be, 10 days he ate with the family, whatever it would be, 10 days he ate with the family dinner.
And would it change your opinion if going to the breakfast that he had breakfast outside his room out in the kitchen?
I don't recall seeing information on how often he was out for breakfast. My impression was from reading all the materials that he didn't go out for breakfast, or very rarely.
Would it change your opinion if there were videos with him sitting on the couch watching TV with his dad?
My opinion about the okayness of solitary confinement? No, but I know that at times he was out of his cell and spent some time in the house with the family.
So it's fair to say your opinion. So give me your opinion again. in like sum it up, because I'm a little vague on it. What is the opinion you are trying to, as an expert psychiatrist, convey to this jury?
What I've given multiple opinions. What opinion would you like to know that I can repeat?
That something that a psychiatrist would opine on.
That the parents' treatment of Roman was psychologically abusive. It was physical abusive. It was neglectful. It put him at serious risk of harm and health issues, or even worse. It was cruel. It was malicious. It was dehumanizing. It was degrading. It was very damaging to his identity, his self-esteem, his whole adjustment to life, being put in this kind of a solitary confinement situation.
And knowing what RAD is, and that there are, as we discussed already earlier, that we don't know what Ronan's first 17 months was like before he was adopted. Are you taking the opinion that he does or does not suffer from reactive attachment disorder?
I would concur that he had signs of reactive attachment disorder when he was younger. In fact, one of the pieces of that was early on when he was an early toddler. His mother said that he was just really resistant to being cuddled, which is sort of a classic sign of reactive attachment disorder.
And that would be something in line with what would have happened to him in the first 17 months of his life, correct? That would have been that's a very likely cause for that reactive attachment disorder.
Knowing all we do, yes, that would line up.
Okay. And is it your opinion that that Tim Ferriter caused the reactive attachment disorder?
No.
Okay.
Did his behavior exacerbate it and bring signs of it back? I would say yes. But he didn't cause it. It was caused by his first 17 or so months in Vietnam.
You also know, though, from review of all the records we've already talked about here today, that he was given medical advice and he followed that advice, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware if Mr. Ferriter was provided any medical advice to deal with the reactive attachment disorder?
What I'm aware of is that Ronan was taken to several counselors when he was younger. And what kind of struck me was he didn't stay with any counselor more than really a few sessions, and then he wouldn't go anymore. And then later he would go to another counselor and see them maybe once or twice or three times, and then it would stop. So I questioned why there was not consistency and follow through with the first or the second or the third counselor to try to treat his problems. I don't know the answer to that.
And if I were to tell you hypothetically that Tim Ferriter was provided medical guidance from all the records we've looked at, and that he attempted to follow that as best he and his family could under the circumstances, would that change your opinion in any way?
Improper objection, improper question. Thank you.
Approach. All right, the objection is sustained. You need to rephrase, Mr. Wahid.
So, doctor, if Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it, would that change your opinion?
About his treatment of Ronan in the solitary confinement or the physical abuse? I mean, no, I don't see how it would. I don't think any professional gave him advice to put your child in solitary confinement or physically abuse the child or withhold meals for punishment or take his one book away as punishment or turn the lights out. No, I don't. It wouldn't.
In terms of if any of the behavior of Tim Ferriter, what do you believe it was in response to Ronan? Because we had a conversation earlier about chicken and egg, or you did. So your position is that Mr. Ferriter is the chicken and Ronan's the egg. Based on that question I just asked you, which is if hypothetically Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it in his journey with Ronan, would that change your opinion as to who's the chicken and who's the egg in this scenario?
The easy answer is no. I don't know how it would. But as I said earlier, Mr. Ferriter didn't cause the original reactive attachment disorder problem.
Correct. So did Mr. Ferriter? So the short answer you just gave is no, it wouldn't change your opinion. Correct.
Correct.
On direct, you talked about the juvenile detention center. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were talking about what the confinement looks like, correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about how it isn't pitch black in there.
Right.
All right. But there is a thing called lights out at a juvenile detention center, correct?
Yes, but there's enough lighting where officers can do their rounds and look in and see all the kids. So it's not pitch black, but the lights are dimmed down, so it's easier for the kids to sleep.
You wrote an article that I reviewed where you talked about the type of violence that happens at juvenile detention centers, correct?
You mean towards the kids?
Yes, towards the kids or from the kids to each other.
And object as to relevance.
Sustained. Unless you want to approach Mr. Wahid.
No. It's fair to say you've written substantially on juvenile crime, correct?
Yes. Juvenile violence and homicide in particular, yes.
And you're familiar with the term school to prison pipeline, correct?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
As far as you know, based on all the records you reviewed, Mr. Ferriter never called the police on his child, did he?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
Let me ask you about what are the options for parents who have a child with reactive attachment disorder in terms of private pay solutions?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Go sidebar, Judge, on that.
You can approach.
Well, you know what? When we went to
He
court,
looks-
we went
All right, the objection is sustained. Next question.
Doctor, now, I don't know, a couple hours ago, I asked you about the ability to opine on a diagnosis without having evaluated a patient or an individual. And you'd asked me to show you the section. May I approach, Judge?
You can approach Ms. Coakley first. And then you can approach the witness, Mr. White. Take the mic with you if you're going to be speaking.
Showing you the section 7, and I think I earlier stated it was section 7 sub 3 of the Principles of Medical Ethics with annotations, especially applicable to psychiatrists.
This is called the Goldwater Rule. Had to do with Barry Goldwater when he was running for president, and there was a poll about whether he was fit to be president or not. That's where this came from. And I've been in committees trying to rewrite this because I was on the ethics committee for 18 years. So I'm very familiar with this. And that doesn't exclude us if we're asked for a professional opinion.
What is the rule?
Unless you've been granted proper authorization for such a statement. So being an expert witness for the court would be proper authorization to offer my professional opinions.
If you could just read the whole thing for the jury, just because they don't know what you're looking at.
Okay. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for an opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention and who has disclosed information about himself, herself through the media. That is, that person in the light of attention. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general, However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And it should say there, from that person in light of public attention. So this is really about talking heads getting on TV and talking about somebody and making a psychiatric diagnosis, say some serial killer or some other, typically those sorts of crimes, where the psychiatrist will make opinions without having done an examination.
There's no
without having anything to go on other than what they've learned about from, say, the media. So it's trying to stop that sort of attention-seeking behavior by people who like to get attention being on one of these talking head shows, to put it bluntly.
There's no exception in the rule, though, written, correct?
Unless you're granted appropriate legal authorization or whatever it is. Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, Ms. Coker, how long do you expect on your redirect? Because we've been going over an hour. I want to give the jury. All right, I'm going to give the jury a 10-minute break then before we go to the redirect. It's 4:20. We'll be in recess until 4:30. And sir, same instruction. All right, everyone can be seated. Before I let the attorneys go, my feeling is that we'll conclude with his redirect and then we'll be done for the day. Okay, but my understanding was you have a substantial amount of other publications or publishing that you're going to do, so that's going to have to wait until tomorrow.
That's perfectly fine, but if I could I just put that one quickly after.
Oh, you have another way to say?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put the detective on again.
All right, we need to squeeze every minute out of the day that we have. So if you can finish that witness and we don't keep the folks, because one of the jurors indicated a problem staying after 5 today, so I don't want to push that. All right, that'll be fine. Okay, all right, good enough. All right, sir, you can step down during the break and just obviously same instruction. Don't speak with anyone regarding your testimony.
Says.
You don't look a little tired.
Oh, we don't want to hear them.
Did you hear that Judge Weiss?
So look who's here, guys.
He's just him. You want to go see Uncle Sendo? Like, go say hi to Gabby's friends.
Yeah, you go say hi. I'll go say. Come here, Jack.
Dude is just Sendo. He loves Uncle Sendo.
Stop. Look who's here, guys.
Hello. Hi, Jerry. Hi, Legs. Hello, everyone else that I probably don't know. You can't see your screen when you just do that. There you go.
Where can I put it?
Text over internet app or something like that.
I know, isn't this cool?
Oh, hi, Frazzle. Hey, I know. Hey, Beck. Hi, Joey. Yeah, we just stopped by to say hello today. So
Where we'll be at. They said they don't know how strong it will be.
Yeah, it's nice to see her, huh?
Mr. Fig's here too. He'll come say hello. He's holding the baby. So
he's got the little jack.
Judge, you're annoying. I haven't been following this case, so I'll have to let you guys talk that over.
Yeah, she doesn't know what's going on here. There's Legs.
Yeah, I said hi to Legs. I saw her in there a minute ago. Hey, I'll let Mr. Fig come say hi.
There you go.
I haven't seen her for
There you go.
a month, probably.
Oh, okay.
And Jerry's there.
Play with me.
Oh, Stop it. Go.
Who's all here?
I'm good. I don't know.
Hello.
Associate with you.
Oh, Frazzle's here. Hey, guys.
Jerry's here and Legs.
Are you going to sing for us today? No singing. Not today. We just had some lunch.
He's leaving for his mission
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah. I'm going to South Africa tonight. I leave. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be leaving in like 6 hours.
I love this thing.
Got a 35 hours of traveling. Oh yeah, yeah. We're causing some excitement over here for lunch. Thank you, Beck. Thank you, Frazzle and Legs for Days, Jerry. What are you doing for the folks? We're doing a combination of things. The main thing we'll be doing out there, we're doing for 5 days, is we're doing like an orphan intervention. Children who've lost parents recently. We'll be doing a 5-day class to help children process and grieve their emotions for losing loved ones. And we'll go through talking about our feelings, and we'll be talking about God, and we'll be talking about just, trusting God and letting go of the emotions and the grief. And then there will be a memorial we'll be doing. So we'll be going through all of that. I know we're doing some care packages for HIV and AIDS patients. We'll be visiting some people, dropping off care packages. We'll be doing a little bit of agriculture. So there's a combination of things we'll be doing while we're out there in South Africa. So we'll be out there for 11 days. And it's my first time in Africa or doing like a mission trip this long. So it will be a unique experience for me. What can we do here for care packages? I have no idea. This will be my first go, so I don't know. This is all new to me. My whole thing was, when I help people, I want to be the one that's helping them. I don't want to donate across the world. So this is my experience to go across the world to help. So I'll learn about care packages. I'll learn more about what they need. Let's see if I miss anything or no. Nope. Wow, we're on time. I'm doing good. I'm doing good right now. Yeah, but totally looking forward to it. Oh my God, hugs is the best meds, as we were seeing from this round. Oh yeah, lots of hugs. So I'm just gonna, I've been preparing for it, but really just when I go, just surrender myself and try to be the light of the world. Try to, just let God work through me, and hugs and silliness. I talked to Ashley because Ashley's a teacher, and just be silly because they're children, and if I can relate to them and just connect with them and encourage them and be silly, then it's good medicine. So like you're talking about, the best meds. So she brought up a good point too, that that I did know about this, but it's where they're from. So I have to change my mindset when I go. Like, they're happy with where they're at. It's not like they, especially children, it's not like they understand their situation. So I'm just going to do my best to show up, show people love, hugs and love, and support children for, missing a parent. Let's see. God is the best, and hugs and love. Yes, God is the best, and hugs and love. Awesome. Well, it's good talking, guys. Oh yeah, different culture and lifestyle. I've been waiting for it, and just going to do my best to surrender to it. I've been doing a little bit of studying, and we'll have orientation. So just trying to learn what I can, and then just wing it. Yeah, just
You can't do
hugs.
a bad job. Your intentions are good, so you can't
Yeah.
do anything wrong.
Hugs and love are universal. So just supporting people are universal. So we'll see where we go from there. But it will definitely be experience. Hey, look. Want to say hi? Wave, Jack. Look here on the camera. See that?
Oh, nice. Thank you. He will. He is going to do good.
Yeah.
I know he will.
Absolutely. I believe it. I think I know I'm nervous, but I think a lot of it is overthinking it. So I did a devotional. It was actually yesterday about humility, and it said that I don't have to be the hero. So just give my time, my energy, and my resources. Right. I don't have to be the hero. God's already the hero. I just got to show up and love people. I don't need to fix people's problems. I just need to go there and hug people and support people, and God will do the rest. So that was very helpful. So just to remind myself that, I can't fix everyone, but I can just show up and give and do what I can.
Very true.
Yeah. Right, buddy? Look at that. You got a little chocolate there. Oh, look at that. Chocolate all over.
Right. Exactly right. Yeah, I'm anxious to hear how it goes. Oh,
here we go.
We're back on.
All right, guys.
Oh, wait. There we go.
Was good talking to you guys. Looks like your court's back on.
Let me see here. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, he got woke up.
Review all the records involved and opine in certain circumstances. Yes. Now, there was a lot of questioning on cross-examination about whether or not Tim Ferriter acting on the advice of medical personnel would change your opinion. Was there any indication in the records you reviewed that the defendant in this case was advised to treat his son how he did?
No, there was not.
Was there any indication from any of the people involved that it was appropriate to confine his child for multiple hours a day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional ever told him that he should keep his child in a room in the dark for hours during the day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional said that the child should be deprived of access to a bathroom?
No.
Would that be a medically acceptable treatment for any condition?
No. I can't think of one.
What? You can't think of one?
I can't.
Now, I want to talk for a second about some of the specifics that you testified to. There was a little bit of a talk about the oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis by Miss Martin. Was she a doctor or a clinical licensed social worker?
She's a social worker.
So that wasn't a diagnosis that was done by a doctor.
Correct.
In addition, that was in the year, what year thereabouts was that?
That should have been 2015 when he was, let's see, 8.
2015, or would it be 6?
It was 2015.
Leading, is that the sustained rephrase?
Well, how old would he have been?
He was 8.
And in general, did you see, or were you able to tell how often he was, there was any kind of intervention for that, or how often he met that licensed clinical social worker?
Sorry.
Okay.
I was looking.
Was it more than a handful of times?
I'm wrong. It was Yes, okay, I'm with you. We're talking about Kathleen Martin.
Right.
Yes, and that was, I have in my records September to November of 2015, when he would have been 8 in 2nd grade.
So a 3-month period?
If that, I have I could only find 3 sessions, the intake and then a couple of those, a couple others.
And in reviewing of the records that were made available to you, is she the only practitioner that found that oppositional defiant disorder?
Susan Martin in the same year, a counselor also who saw him, very limited notes from her as well, but she had ODD as a diagnosis or possibility.
And would that not reflect later on? Was that reflected in the findings of the other people he saw, like in 2018 and 2019? Which would be like Dr. Reinbacher?
Yeah, he focused more on the ADHD. I believe ODD may have surfaced.
Now, or was he, take a look, was he just reactive attachment disorder and ADHD?
Yes.
Now, is there a treatment for oppositional defiant disorder if it in fact is accurate?
Yes.
Does it involve locking a child in a room?
No.
Does it involve isolation or confinement of a child?
No.
Would it be just therapy and medicine?
Yes.
Now, is there any indication that that was pursued for Ronan beyond those 3 appointments that you told us about?
No, and that's what I could never sort of find a reason in these couple therapists he went to as to why it just stopped after 1 or 2 or 3 sessions. There was no sort of explanation. It just stopped. Now,
we also discussed with defense that there was a diagnosis at some point in his history for ADHD. Is ever it's confining a child a treatment for that?
No.
Now, we talked about what Dr. Reichenbacher found between 2000 and the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. About how old was Ronan at that point?
He would have been 11 at that time.
And even then, with the reactive attachment disorder and the ADHD, is it a treatment for a reactive attachment disorder to confine a child for long periods of time?
No.
And in Dr. Reinbacher's records, is there a reflection or a consideration about whether or not Ronan is experiencing aggression?
You're saying, does it address that?
Yeah, does it address whether or not that is a symptom that is he is struggling with?
Well, January, it says, of 2019, it says he's doing better with not getting angry, and he's been apologizing. And then in May, it says he's not having severe aggression and that he's having adequate behavior at school. And that's in May of 2019.
And is that, based on the records that you reviewed, the last professional intervention with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker in 2019?
Yes. That's it.
In total, about how many times did he even see Dr. Reichenbach?
A handful of times, 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that.
Now, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said 4, 5, or 6 times?
4 or 5, maybe 6.
Now, you mentioned that you had some disagreements about, or maybe some questions about the diagnoses that Dr. Reichenbacher came to. Is it important for a psychiatrist when making a differential diagnosis to know something like the conditions in which the child is living?
It's extremely important. Yes. I mean, is the child being abused? Is the child being neglected? Is the child in solitary confinement? And around the end of the time that Dr. Reichenbacher was seeing him, that was occurring. And there's nowhere in the notes he had any idea of that.
Would that be important information that would influence an expert making an opinion about the cause of some type of behavior by a child?
No, absolutely. that would be a huge influence on your assessment of why the child's having problems at school.
I want to talk for a second about some of the school misbehaviors that the defense went into. We talked about behaviors that started occurring in a cluster in February of 2019. Does that coincide with when he starts to be confined in a room in a garage in Arizona?
Yes, it does.
And can that type of treatment impact his behavior?
I believe it would have had a huge impact on his behavior. Yes.
Now, when we talk about like the correspondence for these types of behavioral problems, are you also seeing very minor infractions committed behaviorally?
Yes.
Things like bad language?
Yes.
Stealing a piece of candy?
Yes.
Now, are those, even with the acts of a mutual combat with another child, getting into a fight with another child, are those the level of behavioral issues that you would expect with a child that has a severe conduct or attachment disorder?
He doesn't have a conduct disorder per se. I mean, that's a diagnosis. I would say he has conduct disorder.
Okay.
I don't think you mean that.
What do you think I mean? What I mean? Tell
You
me.
mean a behavioral?
Yes, it's someone who has a behavioral problem that is clinically severe. Would you expect to see a higher level of behavioral problems in their life?
Well, yeah, you would. Even with a child with reactive attachment disorder, they're going to, or symptoms of it, they're going to have some delay and maybe not, they're not going to be so great at their psychosocial skills, their social skills, so they can get into more likely to get into conflicts or be teased by other kids.
As far as like the level of adverse behaviors that Ronan is experienced is indicating, would you consider these to be severe behaviors that based on the records from the school?
No, not at all. One of the most telling things is he never even got suspended. So often in my own practice, for instance, I'll see kids that age, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. If they get into a fight, they get suspended. It's sort of like the intent of the child and how severe is it. And so he's never once been suspended, which really tells you that nothing really rose to a particularly severe level of aggression.
That fist fight that we read that email about, did both children get punished?
They did, yes.
Now, did you see in the review of the records, was there any indication that at any point Ronan had an IEP or any kind of individual educational plan to address behavioral issues at the school?
No, I didn't see that. No.
Was there an indication that the school was told that he didn't have behavioral issues in some cases?
That he did or didn't?
Did not.
Yes, there were.
Tell us about that.
Well, there's some notes from the school that say that in general Ronan's been doing fine this year and there hasn't been any problems. And then the other thing is when I had mentioned how many days of school he's been in the 5 years up to being put in the box, we're really talking about hundreds and hundreds of days at school, and yet we only have these isolated handful of events, whatever it is, 10 or 15, based on the email. So really you're talking about a boy who's getting in trouble not very frequently at all when you look at the 180 school days a year.
Now, when we're talking about the communication that the defendants had with the child's school indicating that they were notified of the punishment and they were going to address it, is there any indication that the defendants notified the school that the way that they were going to address it was to confine the child in a room in their garage?
No.
Did they ever inform the school of the living situation of which they were subjecting the child to?
No.
Now, you also talked briefly about a report by another licensed clinical social worker, Kenny Miller. In reviewing his report, was there a bias in his report that you perceived?
I need you to approach. Objection sustained. Rephrase the question, Ms. Coakley.
The report of the social worker Kenny Miller, did you take into consideration the timing of when it was issued?
Yes, I did.
When was it issued?
After the Ferriters were arrested.
And was it based in large part on their representations to Mr. Miller?
It was, yes.
And so did that have an impact on how much you weighed his conclusions?
It did, yes, because I didn't see that he had any exposure or access to all the other information in this case that would have, I think, improved his ability to understand what exactly was going on with Ronan and the parenting.
Now, lastly, the defense asked you about your ability as a psychiatrist to opine that something is malicious. Is it in your realm of expertise to make a clinical assessment of parents' behaviors, especially in the cases of abuse?
Oh, yes. I mean, commonly.
Is that something that psychiatrists, medical doctors like yourself, especially forensic psychiatrists, commonly do?
Yes.
And based on all your training and experience and also the active literature, are you able to, as a psychiatrist, to opine that this conduct was malicious and harmful?
Yes, and those physical abuse or psychological abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, those are actually diagnostic categories in the DSM.
That
So we need to put those in the record when we believe that they're occurring, so we have an accurate representation in the medical record of what we have opined about the patient.
You believe that was occurring here?
I believe what?
Do you believe that was occurring here, abuse and neglect?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. Approach. All right, the request for recross is denied. That concludes your testimony, sir. You may step down. Thank you for being here. You have one more witness. It's going to be very quick, Ms. Coakley. All right, call your next witness. Yeah. This one.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin.
Detective Lowe, can you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, I'm Christopher Lowe, agent with the Jupiter Police Department, and my role there is a digital forensic agent.
We met you yesterday and
ma'am.
talked to you a lot. Did you make a further further exhibits for the court as it relates to some of the ring video?
I did.
Yesterday, we entered in a few videos related to the rocks and the shells. Did you expand that time period to include those videos that are already admitted, but also the surrounding time frame of that?
Yes.
That is what contains on these USB drives?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the videos that you retrieved from Ring as a result of the lawful search warrant in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move them in as.
Your next number is 20 and 21.
I'll do them, yes.
You've got two, is it 20 and 21? Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts States Exhibit 20 and 21 in evidence without objection.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here again. And you're not excused from all proceedings yet, as you know. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're late in the day now, so we're going to go ahead and break. We're still in the state's portion of the case that will continue tomorrow. As I advised you this morning, because of my expectation that we are behind schedule, we're going to try to squeeze as much out of the days going forward as possible so we can get this trial concluded. Which means for tomorrow, your schedule is going to be different than it was today. I'm shooting for an 8:30 sharp start time for the trial. I've cleared my morning docket, so everything is put in place so that 8:30 should not be a problem. You need to check in with the jury office no later than 8 o'clock and then meet my deputy at the elevators by quarter after, so he can get you into the jury room. You can get settled, and then we'll shoot for the 8:30 start time. Remember, during the break, don't discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do any kind of research. And again, I know at the risk of stating the obvious at this point, make sure you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure. Because I don't know that I asked you that. I think I did ask you that this morning. I'm trying to ask it every morning. I will ask you that again tomorrow to make sure that no one has been exposed inadvertently to any media exposure. So with that, same instruction, go home, rest, relax, have a good dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Last I said something was like 2 seconds. I don't even know what that was. No cross.
All right, everyone may be seated. So before I let you.
So I'm going to have to catch up on some of this towards the end. I did. Hold on. Wait. Oh, he's turned it down. I did want to talk to you through the bullhorn just once.
I knew you were in there.
Oh. Joey-licious, I know you're in there. Queen, you're missing in action.
Feel really good right now.
But deleted it. When
Yeah.
You started.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a little much. Sorry for anybody wearing earbuds. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. So it's going to be, right? Love the bullhorn. Yep.
If you actually purchase stuff and then PlayStation Store, you get rewards.
Yep.
And if you get it like.
She's going to probably go throw that down somewhere and knock all
I
the
had enough for $5.
knock all the batteries out of it. But that's all right. I know, right?
Oh, that started.
That started.
There's Mr. Snotty.
Hi, guys.
Get off that bullhorn, I'm on a call. Jesus, Lord.
Yeah.
It says, yeah, it says this account is not
Well,
allowed to use WhatsApp.
So, yeah, we don't like this guy one bit. You
I
know,
don't know. Request a review.
the
I don't
penis
know.
head
I might not be able to
dipshit,
contact you
but
on
He's not going to get by with it because there's no way anybody's impressed with this bull crap.
I don't know. Clearly they're not
Hard
gonna
worker,
listen.
right?
Oh, I've seen.
He actually has a phone call right now. I know, right? Really, seriously. Yep. No, he wrecked my. I know. That was rough. That was very rough.
If you can see what you can allowed. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out.
It was.
Oh, it's about.
But you know, they got to try something, I guess, even though it's going to piss me off.
Is this not giving you a really?
Anyway, so I will be on here tomorrow morning. His lawyer needs to be talked to by the judge. I think so. Well, because they did this all along, though, right? They haven't. It started in opening statements. Yep, not listening, not doing.
You might have been banned from WhatsApp.
What they're told.
I've never even had it.
But can you say bye-bye? Say bye-bye. Mwah. Do this. Jack, do this. Watch.
You're a kid.
Watch. Mwah. Mwah. Can you do that?
I've never had the app.
Mwah.
Unless it's
Oh, he's doing
you
it.
had my number years ago.
Oh, that's sweet of you. Oh, bless. Okay, guys. Well, I will be here at 7 o'clock my time tomorrow.
Check for activity. Add any details. you want
Everybody
to
have a
the
good
review.
evening.
I don't.
And
You're gonna. Your mom would have to do it.
bless
Your
the
mom
baby.
doesn't get approved. Someone has
Bless
to
the little baby.
I
All
don't
right,
know
guys.
what to
Thanks
do.
for hanging
How
out.
did you get banned, Mom?
And
Basically,
I
have
will
no
see
way
you
to reach your mom.
tomorrow. Bye. Did you see him back? He did.
Oh, you know what, Ash? No,
Mwah.
because you're not allowed to just call from Africa.
Oh,
You
goodness.
can't. It doesn't work that way. Because Africa
Right.
doesn't use Verizon. Africa is on different things.
Okay,
And so
good night,
the best
guys.
way to
Love you
reach
all.
people is through like WhatsApp because you use the internet.
See you
You can
tomorrow.
call people without it charging you a lot.
Shut up, Hondo.
WhatsApp is used everywhere outside of the country.
Hondorcus. Bye, guys.
Review today 24 hours. We'll notify you.